Yeah, nothing really. Just enjoying that. Just going down. It wasn't European. Random European cross race in 7 days a week. It's the same day as every week. What about you, mate? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. God, there'll be some big bricks there, mate. Right, these under 11s are always a challenge. I usually try and bank when you lot scout the view and then I listen out and I'm like, oh. Well, hello and welcome to what is a glorious autumn morning here in Cardiff. I am down on the start line to kickstart the UK Cross Challenge Series and of course the Wild Athletics Continental Tour Gold Label. We've got races from under 11s all the way up to seniors and of course the all-important European Cross Country Mixed Relay Trial. The women will go at 12:55 and the men at 1:05 to see who makes that team. Earlier on I caught up with two CEOs, Jack Buckner and James Williams of Welsh Athletics and British Athletics as well. Let's hear what they had to say about all things distance running and cross country in the UK right now. Well, I'm joined by two fantastic CEOs in James Williams of Welsh Athletics and Jack Buckner here. James, once again, it's the Cardiff Cross Country weekend and you've done an incredible job and it looks like it's set up to be a great day of racing.
Yeah, we brought the weather this year as well. It's not many cross country events you turn up wearing sunglasses. So yeah, we're really excited. It's going to be a great day today.
What have we got to look forward to first?
Well, this is unique because it's the only World Cross label event that we have in the UK. So we've got partners some of the best cross-country and distance runners from across the world that have come over, but obviously the best of Britain here as well. And of course, the best of Wales are competing against them. So it's going to be a number of top races throughout the day.
Gold label as well. We don't get many gold label events in the UK, road, track or cross country. We do have it here in Cardiff. What does it take to get gold label World Cross Country Tour?
Well, it's our ambition. It's our ambition to bring the best athletes here to Wales, to showcase what we can deliver here from an event perspective. But we do some fantastic events across the UK, and I just think it's really important that we don't just aim to deliver some good events, we aim to deliver the absolute best events, and the gold label enables us to do that.
And I have to ask, the Cardiff half was a huge success. We've got a few who ran there running today as well on the elite end. Are those who are participating in the half, the numbers are booming, it's going ballot next year. Are we going to see some of them here today watching, spectating? We're bridging that gap between amateur and elite and this sort of sub-elite that we've got as well through the age groups.
Absolutely, and that's the unique thing about an event like this. You've got the best in the world, but with the Gwent League being included as well, we have these huge numbers of club runners that are coming into the sport. Our biggest challenge as a governing body, keeping up with the growth. It's incredible the amount of people that are starting running, and absolutely we'll see some of them running today, but some of them running next year and the year after. It's a fantastic place to be at the moment in the sport.
And finally then, Commonwealth Games year, next year, how's Welsh Athletics stepping things up to make sure you perform in Glasgow?
Yeah, we've got some really talented. We've almost got this next generation of Welsh athletes coming through, and we're really excited to see so many new athletes coming through. Hopefully, coming back with a few medals next year from Glasgow.
Absolutely, and now I'll just bring in Jack as well, because Jack, we've got a great timetable for under 11s all the way up to seniors. But I'm sure many people have their eyes on that mixed relay cross country short course today. For the very first time, the trial is in Cardiff. The women will go 12:55, the men 1:05. Whose decision was it, and why have you brought the trial to Cardiff, not its usual place, Liverpool, with the rest of the trial events?
Well, I think we just wanted to mix things up a little bit and also create a bit of excitement and, like James says, really add to the value of the event and the profile. And the mixed relay is an extremely exciting event. It's short, it's fast, it's furious, and so it kind of fits really nicely here. I think also that the course here is fabulous. So the course you're going to be running on in Portugal is also going to be like this, really, really quick. So having it here makes a lot of sense, and especially with the sunshine.
It's going to be perfect for them. I think the course might churn up a little bit. But the European Cross Country Championships has always been a great breeding ground for those athletes developing. It's perhaps their first chance to get that GB vest, look at that elite pathway, but also for those at the top to prove themselves on the European stage. I have to ask the question, we always send full teams. Why the same approach isn't there for the World Cross Country Championships? We're only going to be sending, I think, 4, maybe less, on the senior races to Tallahassee in Florida. Why do you view the World Cross and the European Cross slightly differently as an organisation?
Well, I think it's a combination of factors. One is when it lands. Another thing, you'll be well aware, we've had quite a lot of challenges with costs and budgets and priorities. And I think also what we try and do is provide the right level of competition for the athlete as they're developing. And European Cross is something that's really developmental, great racing, really exciting. The World Cross is extraordinary in terms of the talent, and what we don't want to do is put athletes in situations where they're overwhelmed. So there's a bit of that in the selection process as well.
Absolutely, and we'll talk a little bit about the cost saving and the cutting, because this year, first year, British Athletics in recent years have turned over a profit. How sustainable is that, and how exciting is that for those who are currently participating in the sport? What impact can they expect to see?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big, it's the first profit we've turned since 2017. Wow. So, and it's been hard fought and hard won, and we have had to make tough choices on the way. We've had to cut a few things that matter to the sport in order to survive. So I think, yes, I mean, what we're trying to do is build a long-term sustainable future for our great sport in partnership with the whole sport. So getting the elite stuff right, and the Diamond League and the European champs and the world champs, getting that stuff right, we then have the resources to kind of feed back. And exactly what James was saying earlier, we want more events in this country, but they need to be sustainable, and you need to be just managing them really well. And in the past that hasn't been the case, and if you get these things wrong, you can lose a lot of money very quickly. But we've got our events now on a firm footing. The partnership with Athletic Ventures with London Marathon and Great Run gives us a fantastic opportunity to deliver amazing events, and also to some extent rebuild events. So I think what you're going to see over the next few years is a great platform of events with some innovation, which I think people will go, wow, and that will feed through to events like this. So I think we could be in for an exciting few years. It's not going to be dramatic, but it's kind of step by step. So yeah, we think it will make a really big difference to the sport, and hopefully some of the growth and boom that we're enjoying will continue.
It's great to hear the sport is in safe hands, and the future looks bright, especially for cross country here. We've heard from the CEOs, now we'll turn our attention to see what the athletes can deliver. Well, we're set for a compelling day of cross country, aren't we? Great to hear from Jack Buckner and James Williams. Look at that image, look at them. The primary girls are ready to go. They're on that start line, and very, very excited. They've been warming up diligently over the last 10-15 minutes or so. There's lots of parents in the arena, in the facility. As you can see, they've got one small lap, these primary kids. Under 11 girls and boys, you can see just 1,250 metres. They will be over in a heartbeat. They really will. They will just hammer around this bottom field. And what a lot of people will be keeping an eye on today is the senior women's mile and the senior men's mile off at around about 1 o'clock, give or take 5 minutes there. And the reason why, that is the European cross-country mixed relay selection race for the very first time being held here in Cardiff, as we discussed with Jack Buckner. Moving it from Liverpool to Cardiff, I think, just adds that excitement. Also, timing-wise, it gives athletes time to prepare for the European Cross Country Championships, which is in 4 weeks' time today. Liverpool, of course, in 2 weeks. Senior men and senior ladies will be off at 1:20 and 2:30. Those under 17, under 20 men will sandwich in between the two seniors there. They'll have 2 medium laps, 5.5k. And the senior women on the slightly shorter side today at just 6.4 kilometres. Those who will do Liverpool will race 8 kilometres in a couple of weeks. Well, there's the course map then at the truly stunning Landau Fields. It has been manicured and maintained all summer long, and it is, don't be fooled though, on the sunny images that we've got, it is quite soft underfoot, and it will cut up as well. So you can see bottom right is where they'll start. They drift their way up. These youngsters, by the way, will just go to point B on the map and then head straight back to point G and H, and obviously into the finish there. Whereas the rest of them will experience some form of a medium or long lap, which will incur looping around C and D. And what is always the most interesting part of the course, SportsShoes have a big tune truck on that sort of twisty section of the course. They have a great atmosphere building there as well. Well, now it's time for those primary girls to get going. You can see they're ready. They waited patiently through that, just like so many here on Landau Fields. So welcome all from around the UK to the Cardiff Cross Challenge. This will kickstart the UK Cross Challenge series. And today those senior races will also be World Athletics Continental Tour Gold Label races. Senior women and senior men will welcome athletes from all around the world, including some who were here in Cardiff just a month or so ago at the Cardiff Half Marathon Championships. So they have already become accustomed to this city. Moments away then, and away they go. The under 11 girls are off here. The first race of the day, and it's going to be over in a heartbeat. 1,250 meters for them. Look at this mad dash to the front of this race. Just a few. It is of course joint with the Gwent League, so we'll see a lot of local Welsh athletes in this one. And there's league matches taking place up and down the country next weekend. And look at this, in fantastic numbers. out here already as they take that first turn. And look at the parents. They are sure you're going to get those famous cross-country images of the parents dashing across to the next point on the course as they're over on the far side. Sun is shining. It is a glorious autumn morning here in Cardiff. So a few to watch out for who aren't necessarily regulars in the Gwent League. We've got Silver Baker of North Somerset, Evie Bolt of Plymouth, Dorothy Davies running for Bridgend, who of course do compete in the Gwent League as well, Emery Grigg, Shara Ingleberry, Ava Jones, Charlotte Mansfield, Orla Mosley, Elsie Penny and Molly Shalmidine out there as well. So the previous Gwent fixture, Charlotte Mansfield got the win on that occasion. Will she do the same here in Cardiff? Of course, a lot more eyeballs here than there would have been in Bridgend a couple of weeks ago on this Gwent League, and it looks like she is already. We're seeing two North Somerset athletes, I believe, up at the front in that famous dark vest of theirs, and easy to spot the Swansea vest, the Swansea Harrier, Molly Shalmidine. We presume it's her, as we are on this awesome wide shot, and you can see, don't be fooled by this footing. It is a little softer here than these images might make out. Like I said, this course is maintained and manicured all summer long. They do a fantastic job here in Cardiff. It is their pride and joy, really, Welsh athletics, and they're hosting this. It is one of the very, very few what it is continental tours. So losing two North Somerset vests up at the front. It's a City of Plymouth athlete, and that may well be a Bridgend athlete in there, Dorothy Davies. Perhaps it is her, and could be a Westbury Harrier as well, and that white blue hoop. Westbury Harrier is famous for that. So they make that turn, that sort of hard right looping turn, to head back towards what will be point G on the course, the tree line, where they'll have a couple U-turns before they come into the finish, and run towards the sunshine, back towards some familiar faces as well. Parents, coaches, all out on the course. What was amazing to see is how many of them were warming up together, huge groups, and there really is some huge numbers today, record numbers on offer here for the primary girls, and it shows the direction in which the sport is going. It really does. Participation is on the up, not only at mass events like the Cardiff Half Marathon, going to be a ballot next year, but also here at this heart of club running, cross country, getting a taste for the competitive side of our sport. And beautiful images as they make their way back to that tree line. So we believe it's either Sylvie Baker up front at the moment or Charlotte Mansfield. Charlotte Mansfield had a win previously, so the two North Somerset athletes going toe for toe. And yeah, look at this, continuing to file their way down towards that tree line. You can see they're just taking that turn. They'll have a hard U-turn and then into the finish, 1,250 meters. Wouldn't that be fun? As they are firing back. So Evie Bolt's out there, Emma Grigg as well, Bridgend Athletics, Shara Ingleberry, City of Plymouth athlete, Ava Jones representing the Cardiff Archers. Of course, that young academy there, and this looks like it is indeed Charlotte Mansfield, 6.98, that's her, leading the way. Another win for her in this cross-country campaign, and is just a couple weeks' time. She's going to take this final right-hand turn. She's led really from gun to tape, no holding back. Not that you'd expect them to over 1,250 meters. Plus, it's not in their nature, is it? So Charlotte Mansfield is going to be crowned champion here of the Cardiff Cross Challenge under 11 girls, and her teammate a little further back, Sylvie Baker, in second place. She's got a battle on her hands. City of Plymouth athlete, a Westbury Harrier. All three of them are going to try and battle across that line. You can see there a little bit of chase. But the first athlete to cross the tape here in 2025 is going to be Charlotte Mansfield. That's 2 wins out of 2 for her in the Gwent League as well. North Somerset coaches will be delighted. Congratulations to Mansfield. And you know what? To top it off, her teammate's going to come across in second place here, Sylvie Baker. Super running. Stroud athlete coming through. Evie Bolt in fourth coming across the line. And we're going to see a whole host of sprint finishes in this final 100 meters. They've got a slight, you can see, the ground just drops away from them about 100 meters out from this finish line. They have a naughty little downhill where they can really get their legs turning over and make up some ground on those around them. So this is the Gwent League, really is the beating heart of cross country in Wales and the southwest as well. A lot of those southwest clubs coming over across the border. They also host a couple over in Bristol as well, but we're seeing Westbury Harriers, Swansea Harriers, Bristol and West. Just fantastic. Bridgend in those bright yellow colours. And North Somerset continuing to pack well as well, and these girls getting a taste of what is a very, very special sport. There's an athlete over from Brecon coming across, and you can see them filing in, and this has got to be, I haven't got the stats in front of me, but it's got to be close to record numbers in the Gwent League. I mean, this is just terrific. Some of them still, you can see bottom right of picture, they're just making that last right-hand turn. And I mean, well, we caught up with Jack Buckner and James Williams, didn't we, before the event, and both of them very positive about the future of our sport, and this is the future. And just look at it, you can't help but be inspired and extremely motivated as so many young athletes are out here giving it their all and still streaming across the line. These are scenes from a national cross-country championships almost. Meanwhile, the under-11 boys are over on the start line. They are itching to get away as well. They would have seen these girls set off and hair round this one-lap circuit for them, and you bet your life they want to be out there instantly itching to get going. And as James Thie next to me is acknowledging, there are a lot of debuts out here today for cross country, a lot of athletes experiencing this sport for the very, very first time, and how rewarding can it be? And not only that, it teaches you some extremely important life lessons. They won't realise yet quite the impact this sport is going to have on them, but believe me, if you stay in it for long enough, it has huge impacts on your career, on the way you are able to look at the world, not just your sporting career as well. So as they continue to come through, live results, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on open track. The start lists on open track are athletes who have entered through the Cross Challenge and not the Gwent League, because of course every single race will be joined with the Gwent League today, even those senior races, even the World Athletics Continental Gold Tour. And we often get those fantastic images, don't we, of those professional athletes from all around the world lapping those in the Gwent League. Senior women to kick off at 20 past 1, senior men at 2:30, as we continue to enjoy the primary girls still streaming across the finish line, and we are well into the hundreds now, and it's a real community. I've always said distance running is a social sport, and look at this thing. 3 athletes coming home from the same club, there for each other, inspiring each other, keeping each other accountable, and that is what it's about. That's a friendship for life if ever I've seen one. 8:49 and 8:50, brilliant to see. Well, here we are then, these under 11 boys. You see a few scrolling along the screen below us. We've got Tom Benson from Telford. So a few have travelled reasonably far for this one. Sebastian Buxton from City of Stoke, he's come down for it. Gilpin, and it's great to see they've come as a little pack. I mentioned cross-country running and distance running being a community sport, and this highlights it. And you've got these under 11s travelling far and wide to be here in Cardiff, and there's a reason for it. Away they go, because there's not many races like it, if any, to be honest, and that goes for the seniors, the juniors, and everything in between. The crowd are just fantastic. Not only that, they've got the weather today, but it really is, and the course is unique. It's such an exciting course. It has everything. It has fast sections, great twisty little hills. It just keeps you entertained as an athlete and a spectator. And this is entertainment at its best, isn't it? The under 11 boys hammering off 300 metres into the race for them, there or thereabouts, and they will just fly their way up to that top turn. I believe that's the City of Stoke vest. Is it Sebastian Buxton? And try and keep an eye there. And oh, look at that, bottom left of the picture, Charlotte Mansfield, Sylvie Bacon there. Charlotte Mansfield being awarded her medal for winning this event. And by the way, those medals are World Athletics medals for these juniors. They'll continue to receive those, and then as the athletes get older in those older age groups, under 15s, under 17s, there is some small amounts of prize money and vouchers for sports shoes, and then of course there is prize money for those senior races, it being a gold label tour here. So Sebastian Buxton running right along that tree line, and that is a healthy leading margin already. Few Bristol and West athletes in behind him at the moment. There's a nice little pack there, isn't there? And Tom Gilpin's out there. Noah Halliday is having a great season in the Gwent League. Last time around finishing inside the top 3. Talking to North Somerset, Finnegan Lever's out there representing them for the under-11 boys. Joe Narty as well. Bristol and West always will be packing well. Great juniors, them and Westbury Harriers. So here goes Buxton. Just absolutely flying round here. 1,250 metres. We'll keep an eye on the clock. Not that we want to keep him accountable for hitting a certain time or anything like that, but just the speed in which these young boys are whipping round here. Come on, Jack! And the value that this event brings for Welsh athletics, I mean, it's just a fantastic advert for our sport, isn't it? Come on, Jack! It's an easy sell for them, getting these athletes involved and competing here in Cardiff. I mean, crowd virtually line the whole finishing straight. You can see Buxton's at the tree line there. He'll make those last 2 U-turns before heading into the finish line. And meanwhile, the rest of them still just making that first turn after that long, aggressive straight. And I'll tell you what, in this field somewhere, it might not be Buxton, but I bet 1 or 2 of them will go on to have fantastic careers. It would be impossible to tell who is going to be a name for the future right now. But Buxton making a case for sure as well. So Sebastian Buxton of the city of Stoke making a trip worthwhile down here, and I hope him and his family stick around and they continue to watch those older age group races and the seniors as well, and they can be inspired. That's what it's about. What sports can you compete and share the same course as some of the very best in the world? We've got Olympians on offer a little bit later on in the afternoon. So look at this then, 3:48, 3:49. He's going to be very, very close, or just outside 4 minutes, shall I say. Sebastian Buxton, this is a huge leading margin, considering it's just 1,250 metres this race. He has hammered round here. He flies down this little downhill, and it's picturesque form for him as well, isn't it? He has a fantastic stride, and Buxton is going to be your winner here in Cardiff. And look at the battle there for second. More on that to come. Sebastian Buxton, your champion of the Cardiff Cross Challenge Primary Boys. And coming across the line there, it's the Cornwall AC athlete. This is great to see. Freddie Pochi doing a job here. What a run, second place. And the reason why, that name might ring a bell to a few of you. Ben Pochi will be out there enjoying, watching, and of course meticulously planning the night of 10Ks, which had a year off last year, but we can't wait to welcome that back in 2026. He's the man responsible for that, and he looks like he's got a pretty talented young athlete on his hands, and his son Fred Pochi there, second place. And then here we are, these are the images we love to see. It's a mad dash to the line now for lots of these little boys. Just absolutely pedal to the metal for these youngsters, and you just have to sit back and enjoy, and you get to see some of the expressions on their faces as they cross the line. And I tell you what an advert for distance running. Numbers in the absolute hundreds here. They are just streaming across the line. And you just see bottom left of picture, the next race, under 13 girls. That's off at 11:25, 6 or 7 minutes, as we just wait and enjoy all of these young boys race exceptionally hard over 1,250 meters out there, and all these local clubs playing their part as well. Many of them, Swansea, Bridgend, Bristol and West Cardiff, they all host a Gwent League fixture as well, Brecon even. And they'll be touring Wales and the southwest throughout the rest of the year. And we hope they don't stop in Cardiff. We hope they do continue to race over the Gwent League fixtures. Throughout the year. So we'll have those 2 under-13 races and then step up to the under-15s. And then those junior races getting going at 12:30. We will we'll stay on the Welsh Athletics live stream at 12:30, but we will also welcome the Cardiff Cross Challenge and World Tour will be streamed on the European Athletics feed as well at 12:30. So we'll welcome some international viewers. Well, these youngsters have had a blitz on a Saturday morning, and so have their parents, I can tell you that. Some of them have probably run just as fast and if not further, trying to get to all the points on the course. That's part of the fun, isn't it? That mad dash to see how many times you can catch your son or daughter out there. So not just a well done to these athletes crossing the line, but also their parents. And this really is just a showcase of the running movement in the UK, but probably globally as well at the moment. Is just becoming more and more and more popular, and I think there's a knock-on effect, right? You look at the Cardiff Cross, the Cardiff half, shall I say, and you look, that's now had to go to a ballot. The demands to run the Cardiff half is so high, and a lot of those parents who would have run the Cardiff half are obviously at the age where they are having young ones and then getting them into running. Young athletes, kids are often inspired by what their parents do, and so it is great to see so many of them enjoying themselves out here. So in the presentations of these primary boys, there's Sebastian Buxton. He'll obviously collect that gold medal. Fred Pochi, brilliant to see. And it was Dante Nasser of Bidford Athletic Club who got 3rd place. Well, there we are. There's Dante Nasser of Bidford AC. 3rd place for him. Had a great sprint finish, didn't he? And he'll take home that World Athletics medal. And I wonder if we're going to see him over the next few years. And well, you can't miss that Cornwall best, can you? Fred Pochi, all the way up from Cornwall here. And we saw him last year. He got a taste of it, and he's back. And great to see him with a silver medal this year. Fine running from that young man. And there was no doubt about the winner was there, Sebastian Buxton, as he steps up onto the podium. The City of Stoke youngster, who really did take the race on, and you could say a deserving victory for him in the end. Congratulations to those 3 boys. And well, the timetable's relentless here in Cardiff. We will now move to the under-13 girls. You see posing for photos. They'll have to get used to that. They keep performing the way they are and have a lot more podiums, a lot more medals. So the under-13 girls on the start line, they're off at 25 past 11, so they've got just a minute or so. So once again, you'll see athletes from around the UK entered here, but you will also see lots of athletes who partake in the Gwent League fixture who wouldn't have necessarily entered as an athlete into the Cardiff Cross Challenge, because that will put them in the Cross Challenge series. That Cross Challenge series, by the way, obviously it starts in Cardiff. It goes to Liverpool in 2 weeks' time. We're then going to welcome back the London Cross Challenge on the 7th of February, and then of course things wrap up in Nottingham for the UK Inter-Counties and also Nottingham Cross Challenge. That'll be the 4th and final Cross Challenge race. So we've gone from 5 to 4 in a bid to maintain quality throughout all the races. So they'll race just under 3,000 meters, 2,800 meters. These under 13 girls. Well, there's a few of those out on the course as well. A few little pooches enjoying themselves. Look at these images. That is a very, very fast section of the course. And then, yeah, you'll see a lot more of that. A lot of athletes just familiarizing themselves. Right, where do I go? Is it a left turn or it is a right turn? Oh. Well, we've got a lot of time for that, haven't we? That's another perk of cross country. So where they go then? The under 13 girls, Cardiff Cross Challenge and Gwent League. It's a mad dash to that first turn. They'll turn right and they will do one medium lap, these girls, 2,780 meters. It'll be just as fast, that's for sure. Great numbers once again. We saw terrific numbers in both those primary races. And oh, we've got a bit of a pile up. Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness. Well, and then the name of team spirit, look at that, looking after one another. It's what it's about. And this sport of distance running certainly attracts very, very caring athletes. And although it's an individual sport, you quickly understand the power of a team and the power of teammates as a whole. So of course there's a few out there. Blue Bailey at Bingley Harris, who's just saw that Bingley vest, was it in third there. I mean, that's a long trip down here. And great to welcome her. Of course, I did say it is part of that Cross Challenge series. So we've got a very, very competitive under 13 field, ladies and gentlemen. As they will take a left turn as they approach, and they will head up that hill. It's a very, very short, sharp hill, and they'll be the first to run it, so the footing should be good. It usually cuts up, or can cut up, as the afternoon progresses. Just the sheer number of bodies who get round here, and of course the senior races will hammer around 3 laps on this course. So we are to Brentwood Beagles vest in there as well. Rugby and Northants, also another club to look out for. Jessica Davidson is the Brentwood Beagle. Lyanne Esterhusen as well. Emily Evans-Williams, the Swansea Harrier, perhaps one to watch, one of Welsh Athletics' leading hopes in terms of the Gwent League. So they take that turn, you can see that just steep, sharp ascent, couple left hand turns, and then they'll take a sharp right at the top of it, and then wind their way round the very, very twisty section of the course. And just look at the numbers, it is just terrific. And now, so we're starting to see things break up already. It is one of the two Brentwood Beagles. Is it Jessica Davidson or Lyanne Esterhusen? Madison Kindler as well, we know. It looks like it could be Madison Kindler. We know how talented she is. And Brentwood Beagles as a whole, athletes being very, very cautious on that turn. One taking a tumble. And well, I know we spoke to James Williams. He said the course is perfect. It's fast, it's dry, but that is just showing it's cutting up a little bit on this bend already. It's slippy, and a few more are taking a turn. My word. It is extremely tight, and the difficulty of it's hard to see from the images, but you come really fast down a sharp downhill before you hit this turn, and then it's a sharp left. And if you take that tight line, you can be in trouble. Few of them executing it well. That Westbury Harrier vest nipping around there very, very well indeed. So, people managing to stay on their feet as they take that sharp right at the top. And it is Madison Kindler, by the looks of things, who leads. And it's what she does time after time. Madison Kindler, she's won a fair few cross-country races, some of the biggest prizes of all, and so have her teammates at Brentwood Beagles over the years as well. Look out for the Hayes twins as well. Over here from D-Side Athletics Club, Ella Hayes, Gwen Hayes, both of them wearing 671, 672. That'll be a challenge identifying those two. But both of them will feature towards the sharp end of the field. Great images as they wind their way through the trees. And this is the quiet section. This is where they'll start to just settle a little bit after that frantic start. Some crazy turns, muddy sections as well. It starts to dry out on this back section of the course. So Kindle leads. And we'll wait to see who is in behind her, how that pack is progressing. We know there was 4 or 5 of them in there. Will it start to break up? So Kindler just putting her foot down, stretching away from the rest of the field. You can see the footing a lot better for now on this part of the course, but it is, you do get a lot of people walk this course. It does churn up, it does get quite muddy out there, and I do fear it's going to be interesting. There's the log jump. Kindler negotiated that very, very well. There's another Brentwood Beagle up there. It's the Bingley athlete, mentioned her, Blue Bailey. Rugby and North hats featuring, you can see, in a pale blue and black. Elise Rudkin Wilson has had a good season so far as well, developing well. And you can see the challenge it is. Some of them opting for a slightly different technique, some putting their foot on, some just attacking it, getting right up over it. And it is a great addition to the cross country. It just breaks your rhythm, that log, especially in some of those senior races where they have to do it 4 or 5 times even. So here's Kindler, she's leading. She's used to this, she's comfortable out front. She'll take that right hand turn. And she will make her way back now out front in a comfortable position. Reassuring for her, when you go off hard, you hope it pays off and you hope you get that gap where you can just settle and take a little bit of a breather, and she's able to do that at the moment, Kindler. Unfazed, and this is what good cross-country runners can do on the soft, boggy ground, on the uneven surface. You can never really tell that they are struggling. And so Leanne Oosterhuizen is out there. Jessica Davidson, another Brentwood Beagle, will identify which one of those two is in that top 3. But Kindler out there on her own, and she'll just make the left-hand turn and now head back into what is the main field. They've negotiated that tricky section. And another little log jump. Sports Shoes sponsoring this event for the 4th year in a row, and the impact they've had on events up and down the country cannot be ignored. They've single-handedly boosted the road racing scene as well, and now cross-country and of course track as well. They always have a presence, and I know Welsh Athletics and even British Athletics are very, very grateful for their support and helping to scale up events like this here in Cardiff. So Madison Kindler, there's been no question really from the get-go, and we know the success this club has had at a junior age. We hope that they go on and perform at a senior age as well. So often, the amount of times we have witnessed a Brentwood Beagle win these young athlete races. here in Cardiff or various other cross challenges. And well, here's a few just getting to that crunch point in the race, isn't it? But good to see them stay in it. You have your doubts. That's cross country. You're always going to get that moment in the race where you do question yourself. Can I do it? Can I hang on to this pace? How bad do I want it? And you have to answer. And boy, oh boy, did that athlete there on the corner do that. So that is superb to see. And she'll learn from it as well. There's nothing wrong with going through a bad patch in a cross country race. It is inevitable that it will happen. So Madison Kindler, the Brentwood Beagle, winning this one. Again, like she won so many cross-country races already in what has been a short but electric career, and long may it continue. She'll look up and see the gantry and see that finishing tape, and her eyes will light up as she'll be the first to cross it. Those others are battling hard behind her. And you can see here, this is great images, you can see that down here on what it can do for athletes. It's a game changer in a few of these sprint finishes out there. So Kindler to cross the line to win the under 13 girls. Domination here in Cardiff for Madison Kindler, the Brentwood Beagles athlete. Well, this is fine. Elisa Santos in third, and I tell you what, in second place, it looks like Rona Coring, Warriors Pentathlon Athletic Club. She's going to come across the line in a fine second place to inspire her cross-country campaign. The Santos from Rwanda stopping her watch, coming across in third there. And it's another Brentwood Beagle, isn't it? Lyannis de Huizen in fourth place, as the rest of them will battle. Stroud athlete coming through as well. Lila Pearson, Canakin Stafford just coming across the line as she approaches just outside 10 minutes. What a fantastic club. Doing a fine job in really grabbing their junior groups and looking to keep them in the sport in that crucial age, that sort of under 15, 16, 17-year-old. Keep them in the sport, keep them hungry to perform at a senior level as well. Well, there's a bright Telfer Vest hammering down the home straight. You can't miss this one. Great to see Ava Kilpin coming across there. Perhaps a top 20 finish for her. There's a Cardiff AC. And Cardiff Archers out there as well. So a few more from that Gwent League starting to come across the line. Newport, North Somerset, Westby Harriers, Bristol and West. Big old cluster of athletes. Swansea Vest as well. So there's the under 13 girls for you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the top 20, top 30 or so across the line. As many others are still out there doing battle and preparing themselves for what is an almighty sprint finish. And the crowd just all day long. It is something which is unique about Cardiff. You come off that final turn and it is just a tunnel of noise. You see those parents and family, friends, coaches to the left of picture down on the bottom right there, getting behind all of these young athletes. And of course we'll give credit to the winners and those in the top three, but it doesn't really matter where you finish out here as a youngster. It is just purely about that enjoyment, and if you are willing to just persist in this sport, the rewards will come. It does of course reward hard work. There is no denying. So as they continue to stream across, the under 13 boys, you will see, will be off in about 7 minutes time, and they'll run exactly the same course. So they'll tackle that deadly turn on that twisty section by point C on the course map, if you have it with you. Very, very boggy on that turn, caused a few problems, and of course the first turn as well causing problems for these under 13 girls. So let's see how those boys get on in just about 5 minutes time. Meanwhile, enjoy, look out for those teammates and family members coming across the line.
Right, Deputy, take it up a bit. Come on, We are 11.
Well, congratulations to Madison Kindler for the win there on top of the podium. And of course, those either side of her, Nora Coring, Ronnie Coring, apologies. Both of them, both twins out there from the Warriors Pentathlon and Athletic Club. It's great to see Dos Santos there in third place from the Ronda Athletic Club. So all smiles for those three. And we look forward to welcoming them back next year here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge.
11.
Yeah, what you know about going out, head west, red legs, TVs, all up in the headrest. Try and live it up. Bonjour. The truck, piece all glittered up. Stick a kid, nigga, what? Jig with a cut, sip Chris, spit it up. Hose ride, get your nut till I can't get it up. I'm a big man, got a fan room. I done hit everything from Cancun to Grand Tune. Why you standing on the wall, hitting the balls? Lighting up drugs, always fighting in the club. I'm the reason they made the dress code. They figure out what and why when I'm in my fresh clothes. Come on.
Hello, I'm Hannah de Wit, professional triathlete, and I'm a Sports Shoes Nike athlete in residence. I've been very lucky to get my hands on the new Vomero Plus. I was a huge fan of the Vomero 18, so I just knew I was gonna love these. They're super comfortable and cushioned, and they're even more responsive.
Movimiento.
I've created my favorite summer set with the matching Aeroswift shorts and the Aeroswift vest, and it just feels super light and it almost feels like I'm wearing nothing.
Movimiento.
And I complete the look with these Windtrack sunglasses.
We are 11.
Yeah.
What in under 13 boys. Their moment of wait. There's a few nerves down there. Who's more nervous, the parents or those lads on the start line? So same course, 2,780 meters for and one medium lap. Let's see, we have a few. George Bailey from Cardiff Athletics AC, we should mention him. What bib number 633 on him. Coach Bailey, North Devon. Benjamin Boyce, Cardiff AC as well, so look out for him, local man. Sam Cousins of Radley, making his trip over. Tommy Jones of Swansea as well, 642 for him. Jacob Moss, Sacknut Munn, also Cardiff man. But look out for Tom Stewart, Blackburn Harriers, leading Statham of Bury as well. Robert Worrell of Liverpool Harriers, and good to see him down here because this fixture moves to Liverpool in 2 weeks' time, and I'm sure he will be there. And it is part of a series, so it does pay off to do at least three of the 4 fixtures. So these under 13 boys ready to go. And we're just talking off there. James, the cross-country running is in a fantastic place in Wales, and hopefully as well we're seeing similar things up and down the country. But just the other week, Welsh Inter-Schools, 1,700 entries, and is between ages 10 and year 7 to year 10. It's just staggering. Year 7 and 8 boys, 400 of them. It's really, truly mesmerising. And the reason those under 11 fields were so packed as well is the primary schools do a great job in getting all of those athletes here today at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Some schools even having trials for these youngsters in order to come and compete here at the Gwent League and Cardiff Cross Challenge. And it is, it's not just a normal event. They hang around for just an hour or so. They're going to see the very best that Britain has to offer. The Olympians will be on show in that mixed relay trial. Rebecca Walcott-Nolan on the women's side. So here we are. We are what, 5 or 6 seconds away. Under 13 boys. The under 13 boys, it's a mad dash. They are off and away. Let's see, this first turn caused a few problems in the under 13 girls race. A few went down, and it is purely it's just because it's so frantic, isn't it? We'll see a few of these early leaders. Will they stay there? Got a Wolves and Bilston vest maybe. Wolverhampton and Bilston. Sebastian Palmer. He looked like he was first to that turn. And a few more of them. The tape seems to have just come away there. Crowd just itching to get in front of these athletes. So Palmer might have been first to the turn, but he has settled back in a little bit now. As we cast our eyes up, as they hammer down that back stretch was a little quieter, and they'll work their way towards that first climb. So expect to see a finishing time just under 10 minutes or so. And this is one of the problems. They have a nice wide straight where they really can sort of take their own line. They've got plenty of room to move, negotiate, overtake, back off a little bit. But then they go into this turn, which is a bit of a bottleneck. It's what you'd expect really from a cross-country race. But it is a slight bottleneck into this first left-hand turn. And it is sharp. It goes up a steep hill, throws you back down the other side as well. And it looks like that's the Radley AC man, Sam Cousins. Looks to be leading, taking this race by the scruff of the neck. He's got a few lads on his shoulders. The Cardiff vest in there as well. Is it Ben Boyce? Is it Bailey? So they are right on his shoulder, and you can see under 11s. Can be anything. Under 13, sorry, can be anything from 4 foot to 6 foot, can't they? This is where they have their growth spurt. Round about here. So 3 abreast as they approach the first hill. Just 1 lap for them, 1 medium lap. There's the rest of them. There's Palmer as well, Wolverhampton and Bilston. We'll just see him attack that hill. He had a great opening, 100 metres or so. Nice to see him settle into the pack a little bit. So it's Cousins and the taller of the two. It looks like that is the Cardiff man, Jacob Moss, or potentially Zach Munn as he just takes a turn. You can see the difficulty they have. They really have to dig their spikes in. I'm sure many of them will have 12 mils in. They'll be looking at the course. No doubt a few of them would have packed both 12 mils, possibly even 15 mils for some of the ones later. You can see the line Palmer's taking. Wow. And I think it's worth it. If you stay on your feet, it is worth it taking that line. You can take this next right-hand turn pretty tight. You're at the top of the hill. You're going a little bit slower. You're not moving as fast, but it's just the sheer momentum you have coming off that downhill. So it's head down, go to the arms. Oh, and I hope these 2 ladies walking the course know what's going on behind them. This could be a bit of carnage as these under 13s will mow them down if they don't get out of the way. So Cousins still leading, persistent, willing to just stay, keep his foot on the gas. fine running as they sweep round. He's really asking the question, isn't he, of Zach Munn and the two Cardiff lads. They would have been over here, they would have been training on this course over the last few months, potentially even through the summer. This course has been mown all summer long. Even without the tape, you could pretty much guess where the course went. They've really looked after it. So Sam Cousins, the Englishman, against the two Welshmen on his shoulder. Rob Worrell out there of Liverpool Harriers, just starting to see him roll by. As once they take a left turn, to give you a bit of concept around this tree, they'll be heading right into that log jump, and that's where it will get really exciting. So yeah, Zach Munn now leads for the first time, just trying to identify the other Cardiff AC athlete, Jacob Moss, I believe. Sam Cousins, look at this acceleration into the log. Well, he would have practiced this. His coach might have identified it and said, this is where you can make your move, this is where you can get a jump on those around you. All three of them taking that log at the same time. So Munn, Moss and Cousins, they're your top three. Completely different story to those under 13 girls previously. Kindler ran away with it, a big winning margin. But these three are together. They've got a few more turns before they can think about the finish. They're about halfway through, these under 13 boys. Cousins, the victor last year, a year young, which is truly, truly incredible. But at this age, people can come out of nowhere, people can improve incredible amounts in 1 month, let alone 12 months, and that is what Moss and Munn have done. They've come back and they want to defend their course against this young man. So Cousins now just starting to edge his way into the lead. Once again, Zach Munn on his shoulder. So they're heading away from the finish line now. And I tell you what, Moss is running a pretty nice race. He hasn't really featured. He hasn't been pushing too much. He's just been sitting in behind. And I think Cousins is just foot on the gas. He's trying to break these two. He's really trying to give himself a bit of breathing room, isn't he? But I tell you what, Munn and Moss, they've got that confidence. They'll be training with each other, probably inseparable. And Munn now goes back into the lead as they take that left sweeping turn. So it's good signs for Cardiff in terms of the Gwent League team title over the course of the next few fixtures, because two of them will go 1-2 Gwent League. Of course, Cousins from Radley, based in Oxfordshire, he won't be a part of the Gwent League. His league will be the Chiltern League. He'll probably be racing next week as well. So he will not let up. This is back and forth, back and forth. 1 minute Munn, next Cousins. I tell you, who hasn't really featured but has always been there is Jacob Moss, flowing beautifully in third place. Is he a dark horse as they approach the final 500-600 meters? Over the second log jump then, back towards home. Munn now leads. Who's going to have the sprint finish amongst these men? They'll hit that tree line and then we're going to see things start to break up. Cousins, surprisingly the victor last year. What a huge title that was for him. And wants to be, they're all going to be on that podium, but he's going to want to be on top, defending it. So it's a good old duel, England versus Wales. And Zach Munn, Jacob Moss and Cousins just looking for a little bit of breathing room. He's going to go wide. He's looking to just go round Moss again into the turn, and you've got to give it to these guys. This is very, very inspiring. Constantly just moving, aren't they? Constantly on the attack. There's been no defence. And Moss, perhaps the one who was just most patient early on, might just have a little more on these two. There's been a lot of surging, and they've coped with it. They all have. But now Zach Munn and Jacob Moss, are they gonna move away from Sam Cousins, who did the hard yards early? And whatever happens from this, all three of them are going to walk away having one fantastic battle, and probably will look forward to the next battle they get to have over the cross country. So difficult to tell who leads now. You're looking at body language at this stage. Zach Munn, Sam Cousins, Jacob Moss on the far right of picture. They're on their shoulder. Moss is going to go into the lead on this final right-hand turn. What's he got? A yard to Cousins, who will not go away. You've got to give him that determination and grit. It's phenomenal from him, Sam Cousins. He won last year. but he's had a much tougher test this year as well. Zach Munn is starting to fade. There's a long downhill, I say a long downhill, 100 metres out. There's a downhill into the finish. And things can really change up there. If you can get your legs turning over, throw yourself down it, you can pull away from those around you. And Cousins is doing just that. Sam Cousins of Radley AC is going to be the two-time Cardiff Cross champion for the under-13s. Moss is done. He's going to have to hold off his training partner and teammate, Zach Munn. Cousins wins. Moss in second. And Zach Munn in third. Well, they gave it a good go, didn't they? The two Cardiff AC men. But they couldn't quite break Sam Cousins. Something tells me they'll be back to try again. We look forward to that head-to-head. There's another Cardiff AC athlete coming across. Fine running from then. Bridgend AC, Rowan Carson in the yellow. It's a Stroud vest potentially. Guildford economy. Tom Living that was, and the rest of them all filed across. Man complete what is a very fast, here comes Palmer as well, Wolverhampton and Bilston, what is a very fast course out there, and boy oh boy did they prove it. I think those boys would live with the seniors for a lap, the way they attacked that 3K lap. Cousins, Moss and Munn. Keep an eye on them through the rest of the year, of course. They'll look ahead to potentially Liverpool, but there's UK Inter-Counties in Nottingham in March. It's a long way from now. Many races between now and then. So as you can see, next race will be the under-15s. Under-15 girls, under-15 boys off at 12 and 12-15. It'll be a quick turnaround for both of those. And now the races are pretty much like clockwork. Next to no gaps between these races. And at 12:30 we'll welcome international viewers from around the world on the European Athletics YouTube as well as the Welsh Athletics YouTube here in this event backed by Sport Shoes, who have done a terrific job at elevating cross-country, road and track up and down the country over the last 4 or 5 years. And what they've done is they've not just made the experience better for those competing, but also those spectating. The experience has been far more enjoyable, and I'm sure all of those parents can agree with that. So here's the Cardiff Cross Challenge results, and that's Rowan Carson there in third place. You would have had to enter into the Cardiff Cross Challenge as well as the Gwent League, and I fear Moss was just the Gwent League participant today, despite him being third across the line. There's Zach Munn in second. What a run he had. Couldn't quite break this man. The determination was clear, wasn't it? He was relentless. Sam Cousins, ladies and gentlemen, two-time champion at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Well, on the start line, ready to go. Under 15 girls off at 12 o'clock. 3.2 kilometers for them. So they'll pretty much do a full lap. Just add on Another little loop to what we've just seen from the under-13s. Athlete to watch out for, Cara Gorman, wins a Slough Eaton in Hounslow, providing she's here, second in the English Schools Cross Country Championships, 4:23, 1500 metre lifetime best. Staggering. She was the UK number one, in case you were wondering, or was it obvious? She goes in this one. So fine cross country runner, and a very, very good 1500 metre runner as well, Cara Gorman. But there are others. Millie Jordan making the trip from Blackburn, Ruth Barnsbury from Stroud District as well, Isla Carson from Bridgend, Ellie Birchall, Exeter Harriers. Now you start to look at that club now with the likes of Ines Fitzgerald coming out of it and their coaching staff. With the Pavies doing, Joe and Gavin Pavey doing a fine job with Fitzgerald, and now the youngsters, we're seeing more and more that Exeter Harrier vest present at a national level. Anna Hall of Newbury, another athlete who could well feature. Here we are. So those wearing the longer bib numbers, shall I say, for example 1749 and 28, they are participating within the Gwent League, and those wearing the slightly larger bib numbers with the sort of green banding top and bottom are part of the cross challenge. There we are, the under 13, under 15 girls. Under 15 boys to go next, and then those under 17, under 20 races before a European cross country mixed relay trial. Sun just going in behind a cloud, perhaps a relief for a few of those warming up and preparing, because it is extremely warm, unusually warm for cross country. So the under 15 girls off and away here at Cardiff. We've been mad dash like your way to that first turn. Someone drifting towards that inside line. I mentioned Cara Gorman, Molly Goodwin, another actor to look out for. Western Tempo, Dave Newport and the Western Tempo Club doing a fine job over the last few years, and now it is a club which really has a national presence. Ellie Birchall, mentioned her. Ellie Blackhurst as well, Preston Harrier. It was a good day for Preston Harrier last weekend. Patrick Deaver. I wonder if Ellie Blackhurst will be familiar with the name. Fourth in New York, Patrick Deaver. Sal Harris, Manchester vest, you can see them streaking away, working their way up the field. Menai, Track and Field Club. Elsid Owen. Osher Perrin will go a little bit later on. Amy Porter, Swansea Harrier, another athlete to look out for, having a great season as well. Strong athlete last year over the country and the track. Holly Worth, also of Menai. Bella Thea is out there at Bridgend. You can see in the yellow vest. But that is Cara Gorman. I don't think there's any doubt about the young athlete leading this one, and this could be a similar affair to what we saw from Madison Kindler in the under 13s. Just hard from the get-go, and continues to just extend her lead every half a mile or so. But that's a Menai athlete in behind it, and we've got a Sal Harrier vest. Beatrix Soper is in that group just behind her. Caris Woodhead of Bidford as well. Evie Worrell of Liverpool and Harriers. I mentioned Rob Worrell. And that's Sarah Calvert. Just look at that, dancing across our screen. Surely one of the favourites to go in that short course. Fresh off a trip to Fontenoy. There we are, Cara Gorman attacking that hill. This should be the first and only time these under 15 girls do it. Bella Thief featuring towards the pointy end. Father James announcing here. We'll be enjoying that one. But Cara Gorman might be surprised how close the athlete in second is to her at the moment. This year's 4:23 over 1500. She was third at the National Cross Country Championships. That was a year young. She She was second at the English Schools Cross Country Championships, taking that turn well, taking a wide line. You have to, really. It's not worth risking, is it, at this stage? Saying that, Beatrix Soper took it very, very well in that green Sail Harriers vest. Amy Porter, the Swansea Harrier, snipping through screen. You've got a large pack there to crown out what is pretty much the top 20, as you can see, just filing in behind. So things are broken up at the front of the race, but a little bit further back it is still, as you would expect, just a stream of athletes flowing around this course. One big lap for these under 15 girls. Negotiating what is one of the muddiest sections of the course. Good to see so many Bristol and West athletes, Westbury Harriers as well. A little rivalry those two clubs have, helping one another. There we are, Bristol and West and Swansea. Never thought I'd see the day. Just getting themselves going back up that hill. They have a nice downhill section over on the far side. It firms up as well. It's very, you can see these athletes struggling down, man. It's very boggy. It does firm up, and they can really get their legs spinning over. And they'll be heading round what is untouched grassland on that outer loop. So I'm sure that will be pretty sure footing for a lot of these under 15 girls. Maya Ford, also another Liverpool Harriers athlete. Molly Goodwin, we're looking out for that orange vest mentioned down a hall, featuring Bromsgrove and Redditch. Martha Blower might have seen her in the top 3. So you can see they've worked their way up the hill and just snaking themselves round these big sweeping turns, and they'll appear from behind that tree. They'll attack the log jump, and then the race really gets going. You've settled, you've gone through this. It's a difficult course because you have a mad dash, and then you go through this awfully twisty section of the course where you just can't settle, you can't get a rhythm. And then finally these under 15 girls will loop round the perimeter of a very flat, fast field, and just then I think they will start to find their rhythm and be able to start to work through a little bit, because it is difficult on these turns to just make any sort of progress. Constant bottlenecking. There we are, attacking that log. Is that just the pointy end? Was that Bella Thee going through? Is Amy Porter, that Swansea Harrier vest? And all negotiating this log safely. You can see it's going to be the spot, isn't it, for a lot of spectators, let's be honest. So that certainly looks like Porter there in the Swansea colours. We'll identify the Stroud vest as well. There's a Westbury Harrier just floating along there. Ruth Bransby, it looks like could be that Stroud vest. So we've got a little cluster of 4. Preston Harrier, Ellie Blackhurst, mentioned her. Bransby, Porter, and we'll try and identify 1 or 2 others in that. Potentially Elizabeth Hutchings of the Westbury Harriers, just managing to make contact, get on the back of these women. You're going to need to. I think that's a section of the course where they said you want to be in contact, you want to just get dragged round that part of the course, because it can be a little bit demoralising. It is a big old loop. Your friends, family, your coach might not be out on that section of the course. Easy to switch off for these under 15 girls, but I tell you what, it's where it counts. You can pick up a few spots out here, work back. So there's Cara Gorman. She has really attacked this opening kilometre. Well, we're just through approaching 2 kilometres now, and she continues to push on and ask the questions of those around her, and that's probably a margin where she can start to settle. I wonder if she'll get a bit of information out on the course from coaches. Coach Shireen Higgins, of course, doing a fine job. Has always produced a lot of fantastic youngsters. Shireen down at Windsor Slough, Eden and Hounslow. So your UK number 1 this summer over the 1500, 4:23, is hammering around the Cardiff Cross Country course, and she's heading back. She's got a little loop to do before she will head towards home. So she's going to win here, providing nothing drastic happens. And this is one of the firmest sections And when she takes that U-turn, she will be able to check her shoulder for perhaps the first time and just see what sort of margin she has on those behind her. And it is growing, isn't it? Camera angle was deceiving around that big field. It does look like a pretty large gap that Gorman has. So a few others. Here's the battle further on. I'm not sure. That might be the battle for about top 10 as we're eyes back on Gorman. Because it certainly looked like we had the likes of Ellie Blackhurst. We had a little group of 4 or 5, but even in front of them, sorry, we had Sarah Harrier's athletes, Beatrix Soper. In there we had a couple Menai athletes. It looked like the Menai athlete in second, although we haven't been able to get eyes on her pretty much this whole race because we have been focused in, locked in on Cara Gorman, who now will make her way under that Sports Shoes gantry and towards the finish line. She's got about 600-700 meters to run. She's made it very, very difficult for herself, but she has succeeded in breaking everyone else on this course today, and that gap just continues to grow. She was aggressive from the start. She was able to settle a little bit, and those around her have paid the price. And Gorman is the only one who's been able to sustain this rhythm on this occasion at the Cardiff Cross Country Challenge. And we'll probably see her in Liverpool, I have no doubt about that. Should keep good company in the under-17 race, especially with some of those track times that she's already run as an under-15. It's staggering. But third last year at the National Cross Country Championships, she'll look to improve on that. Second at the English Schools Championships. So getting a taste of what it's like to be on top, Cara Gorman. Once again, when she loops round that final U-turn, she'll be able to look to her left and probably relax, perhaps even raise a little bit of a smile. So there's a good southwest battle there. Westby Harriers, Bristol and West. Tell you what, there is no doubt about the winner in Cara Gorman, but there is a fantastic battle. Just looking at the corner of my eye, there's a battle for second and third. There's also a battle for fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. There is a very, very big pack out there. They're streaming in behind Gorman, but well, she's done a fine job here. It's a great display of cross-country running, showing that she can do it all, track and cross-country. She's just as good on the mud as she is on the track. And I'm interested to see, I think we got Martha Blower from Bromsgrove and Redditch doing battle with potentially the Menai athlete Elsit Owen also. There's those two. You can see them just, the Bromsgrove and Redditch athlete just checking her shoulder. She's got a little bit more left. But Cara Gorman then is going to win here in Cardiff. The under-15 girls dominate a massive winning margin. Keep an eye on the clock, just outside 11 minutes to give you a context of just how fast she was running out there. 3,200 meters, 2 miles of running. Martha Blower then has managed to get second place. She's pulled away from the Menai athlete just at the right time. This is a gap 10 meters or so, and Blower's going to get second. In fine form, and the Menai athlete Martha Bound coming across in third. Those two will be chuffed the way they worked together. They had to when Gorman went off in the way she did. Well, we're starting to see a few in the Gwent League starting to feature. Bristol and West coming across Bridge End. First athletes from them. Stroud as well. We got Goodwin from Western Tempo now streaking towards the line. Bellathee's going to come across there to left of pitcher of Bridge End. Doing her bit for the team. Of course, big team title for the Gwent League. This one could be a difference maker. So great running from all of these under 15 girls out there. Under 15 boys off in just 2 minutes time. And I check my shoulder. and they are ready to go. Fighting for position. You can just imagine it on the start line at the moment. Just tiptoeing beyond that painted white line on the ground, like an inch matters, over the course of a 2-mile cross-country race. Well, your under-15 boys are ready and waiting. They have been for the last 15 minutes. As soon as those under-15 girls took off, these boys were fighting for a position on the start line, how it should be done. So away they go then, the sound of the gun here in Cardiff, the under-15 boys. We'll run in the footsteps of those under-15 girls before them, and Cara Gorman, who hammered round there with a fine victory. And look out for a few of these lads. Will we see a gun-to-tape victory like we saw from Gorman? Oscar Beck goes in this field. The Wells City Harrier won as an under-13 in 2023. It's been a good day for defending champions, actually. We saw Cousins in the under-13s. We saw Kindler as well. So I wonder if a few of these will be inspired by that. Jesse Bryant, the Swindon Harrier, more of an 800-metre man, but at this age, at under-15s, you kind of have the endurance and the pedigree to do both, don't you? And so you should as well. This is where they'll get their strength through their winter campaign in order to finish where he was at 6th at the English Schools Championships last summer. Talking of 800-metre runners, Nate Grigg of Bridgend, 159 man. He's the English champion over 1,500 metres and the Welsh champion. He'll wear that yellow vest at Bridgend. We'll identify him towards the front of the field, I'm sure. Elliot Langley-Abar, Bracknell AC. He was the fastest leg at Mansfield last weekend, which always gives us a good indication of who's moving well early winter, doesn't it? And he is having a fine cross-country campaign. Not just him, but also his club mates. They picked up plenty of road relays medals, and of course they were the winners last weekend at Mansfield as a team, making history for the Bracknell AC Athletic Club. But Langley-Abar had a good taste of success last year. He did make that school's international team, fought at the national cross-country championships as well, a year young, and now he's a top year. He's taken this season by the scruff of the neck. He's in that front group. We'll check in with them as we enjoy watching the rest of them take that hard left turn. You can see the head just drops a little bit. You have to do well just to stay upright, shorten the stride, pick the knees up and drive the arms sort of 15 metres or so, and you're off the top of that hill. Well, Nate Grigg then of Bridgend, you could see him in second, just patiently behind Langley-Abar there, the Bracknell AC man, who, like I said, is having a fantastic autumn. It's a long season, isn't it? But he's doing his best to throw down the gauntlet to those up and down the country, and it's great to see him here in Cardiff, getting a taste of the cross-country challenge. You can see presentation, blower receiving her medal, and on top of the podium, Cara Gorman to the left of picture, winner of that under-15 girls race. And these boys will be heading there in about, what, 8 minutes time, something in the region of 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes you can probably expect. Gorman whip round this 2-mile circuit, 11 minutes and 2 seconds, staggering. Like I said, a lot of these would do well in the senior races for a lap or two. It's aggressive racing. Well, so the Bracknell AC man has a nice lead at the moment, and he just doesn't look to be letting up at all, does he? We'll see him Just work his way through the trees. A few others around him. I mentioned Nate Grigg is definitely a threat. Connell King, the Team Bath man, 4:15 for 1500. By the way, 4:15 for 1500 a few years ago would get you easily inside the sort of top 10 in the country. You're lucky if you're top 40 now. The depth at under 15 level, all age groups really, the depth is staggering. It hasn't, you know, you could make an argument for, you know, those at the very, very top have always been there, and they've always been producing similar sort of performances, but it's just the sheer depth, and it makes coming to somewhere like Cardiff and winning here even more impressive because the amount of people you have to fight off. So Elliot Langley-Abar then leads 5 meters or so in behind him, takes that jump real nice. So do the rest of them. Nate Grigg as well. Brian Roberts of Eastbourne Rovers, 11th in English scores, 1500 meters. 4:04, 1500 meter man. Perhaps 11th was slightly disappointing for him, but a good learning curve, no doubt. But 4:04, he's certainly the quickest 1500 meter runner against this lot. But how does a 1500 stack up to a 2-mile cross country? And he's the one giving chase, by the way. Elliot Langley-Abar leading. The pair of them just flowing, gliding their way around this course over on the far side. They'll be in their own head now. This is where you have to relax and you have to stay positive. It's easy to start questioning yourself. You're halfway through this cross-country race. That fatigue is definitely starting to creep in for a lot of these men, and this is where the mind games start. It's a game of chess out there for them. Langley-Abar can't look back. He can't check his shoulder. He can't show any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, Roberts has to stay persistent. He has to just keep believing that Langley-Abar will come back if he sticks to his task. You could argue he's got the advantage spot at the moment. He can see what's going on ahead of him. But is that gap just opening up a little bit? Nate Grigg in there as well, just checking his shoulder on that right-hand turn. That's the only opportunity you got. They're single-filed in this under-15 boys Cardiff Cross Challenge. Certainly the biggest race they would have done all year so far. They'll head to Liverpool in 2 weeks' time, and a lot of these boys will be focusing on that Schools International. Can they represent England schoolboys come the end of the winter? Langley-Abar did that last year in fine form. He was 4th at the English schools, 4th at the National Cross Country Championships. So Grigg just being passed, interestingly enough there. Just looking out for the red vest. Definitely not Connell King of Team Bath. So those gaps just staying the same. 3rd place, we've had a little change there. Grigg just dropping back into 4th. Still, it's the Eastbourne Rovers, Byron Roberts, the 4:04 1500 meter man. Greg knows that he's got the Gwent League wrapped up. He won a couple of weeks back there by 20 seconds in the Bridgend colours, but he's going to want to get on that podium. If it's any more motivation for these guys, I'm sure they know there is a little bit of prize money out there for them, provided by Sports Shoes. We know, as I keep mentioning, the impact they've had on distance running up and down the country. So look at this man, he is in full flight. Look at that heel recovery, that stride, an extremely long stride for a pretty slight small figure. And it is Bracknell AC's Elliot Langley-Abar, fresh off of a Mansfield team victory last week, where he was the fastest leg as well. And Mansfield, for these under-15 boys, not too much shorter than their traditional cross-country distance, of course. For some of the seniors and the under-17s, under-20s, Mansfield is a mad dash, but only a K or so less. But still, just loitering. Byron Robertson with his track pedigree. You don't want him anywhere near you in that final 100 meters. Langley-Abar will know that. He'll have that U-turn as they approach the tree line to just glance over his shoulder. I'm sure he's getting feedback out there from his dad. Coach Jamie Ashton at Bracknell AC has done a phenomenal job in building that youth program, because not only at under-15s are they making waves, also at under-17s they have a huge talent pool now developing. I'm fortunate enough to go down and see this young man train every now and again on a Tuesday night, and it is just that. It is a train of under-15, under-17 boys and girls just hammering around And I'm sure Roberts is familiar with that setup as well. Perhaps not, but has he just closed that gap? I mentioned he had to believe. You just have to stick to your task, and you have to look out for any sign of weakness. Do you take a turn better than the man in front? Is he dropping his head a little bit? Is he just slowing his cadence? These are all things Roberts would have had to look out for out on that course. So this camera angle is very, very difficult to see, but we got a battle for first and second. We have a battle for second and third as well. Roberts then into the lead for the first time. Can Langley Abar respond? I mentioned you didn't want to be near him in the home straight. Roberts would have known that. He's carefully worked his way back up. Langley Abar of Bracknell AC, he won't give up. He's had a great autumn so far, and he's hammered round those relay laps. And he's going to come back just off of this downhill as Byron Roberts got enough in his legs. Can he hold off Langley Abar? It's going to be a finish for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Two of the very best in the under 15 category. Who's going to take it? Oh, looks like it was Roberts. Wow, Nate Grigg third. Great job for him, battling back. Spent a bit of time in fourth. Goodness gracious. Well, we could have just witnessed a rehearsal for what's to come throughout the rest of the season. In many ways, you could argue Langley Abar deserved it. He did a lot of that early running, didn't he? But Byron Roberts, tactically, a little smarter on the day. And those boys will learn. The more you race opponents like that, the more you learn about yourself as well, where your strengths and weaknesses lie. Tell you what, just over 10 minutes, literally operating at 5-minute miles around there. It is mesmerizing stuff for those under 15s as they continue to hammer across the line. Great numbers once again. Some big Gwent League battles out there. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving 12:30. We'll welcome viewers from European Athletics YouTube channel, live on the Welsh Athletics YouTube channel here. And the first race off at 12:30 will be the under 17, under 20 women, 4.5 kilometers. So as we continue to witness the under 15s stream across the finish line, it is a good afternoon and welcome to everyone, our international viewers from the European Athletics YouTube channel. You are watching the 2025 Cardiff Cross Challenge and World Athletics Continental Gold Label Tour. We're seeing those junior athletes come across the line live from Landau Fields in Cardiff. This is, of course, one of Britain's premier cross-country events, meaning the very best from the UK and around the world are here in Cardiff today. And you will see, after the under 17, under 20 women go in just a couple minutes, we will have the senior women's and senior men's miles to look forward to pretty much bang on 1 o'clock, which will act as the European Mixed Relay Trial. Only the winner will guarantee their place on that Great Britain Northern Ireland team. The second spot is discretionary, and it will be down to the CEO, who we spoke to earlier on, the likes of Jack Burtner and others in that endurance setup, deciding who the best candidates to head to Portugal later on this year, 4 weeks or so away. So there we are, Nate Grigg. What a season he's had so far. Starting off, second place, Elliot Langley Abar by what? A vest width. Absolutely tiny. Flashback to the New York Marathon last week. Fine run from him. And Byron Roberts then was patient, came back, had just enough on that finishing spray to crown himself victor here in Cardiff. So the under 17 and under 20 women, I hate to say it, but there is a firm favourite, and the question is, can anyone get near Innes Fitzgerald? She's won this event multiple of times over the years. Not only that, she's won the European cross country multiple times over the years as well. She's a 2 times European under 20 champion on the mud, and I mean, what a summer she had out in Tokyo, competing there. 14:39 lifetime best over 5,000 meters this year. An athlete who's competed on the Diamond League circuit, 3rd in Stockholm. It's just staggering what she is capable of. Gavin and Joe Pavey have done a fine job in continuing to just manage and monitor her and give her, allow her the freedom to just progress at a sustainable level, which she continues to do. And I'm sure many would have had questions 2 or 3 years ago, is it sustainable? And continually just improving every year. And Innes Fitzgerald going for a hat-trick of European junior gold medals. And this is the start of her cross-country campaign. So let's see how she's moving, coming off the back of what was a very busy summer. There are others in this race. Millie Gold, Zoe Gilberty, Lizzie Holt, all wants to watch as well. The under 15 women, under 17, under 20 women, I do apologise, are off and away here in Cardiff. They hammer out towards that first turn, looking for the likes of Fitzgerald in there. Millie Gold, the Swansea Harrier, 2025 European under 23 3,000 metre steeplechase finalist. 10:21 over the 3K steeplechase. And there she is. We can spot that stride a mile off, can't we? Innes Fitzgerald. Isla McGowan in there, the Banbury Harrier as well. She had a great season last year, didn't she? I mean, the depth in the under 17, under 20 women is just absolutely staggering. I mean, that team to make Liverpool in 2 weeks' time is an under 20. Frightening how good you have to be. And as I was mentioning in those junior races, it's the depth that has just increased drastically over the last few years across all age groups. Those at the top are kind of running the same sort of times, putting out the same sort of performances they've always done. You know, we've seen phenoms before, but you know, those behind are just getting closer and closer. And instead of there just being 1 or 2 within sort of, you know, 10-15 seconds of Fitzgerald in a cross country, there is 10, 20 of them. But already talking of winning margins, this is a big margin already from Fitzgerald. We know how she likes to run hard from the gun. It's as simple as that, isn't it? She wants to break everyone around her as quick as possible, and my goodness me. And I think there becomes a point when you get so good that the others expect you to run away. And there were, once upon a time, athletes would try and go with Fitzgerald. They've learned their lesson. They're not even entertaining the idea of going with her now, and they're much more focused on their race as well. So you can see Isla McGowan there in that group. Like I said, Millie Gold mentioned her. Zoe Gilberty, by the way, Telford AC athlete, just looking out for that bright coloured vest that they have. 12th at the European under 23,000 metre championships last summer. Potentially Evie Powell of Abingdon in there. Aldershot Farnham, a district vest as well. Lizzie Holt, the Blackburn Harrier, national cross country champion in 2025, coached by Andy Henderson, doing a fine job representing England. Just a couple of weeks back, second place over in Belgium on the international cross country circuit. And this is what I'm talking about, big pack. Lizzie Wellstead in there. I mean, she's a phenomenal 16 flat 5K runner. So a lot of these women in this under 17, under 20s are actually at the upper end of that under 20 age group. You would expect that, I guess. But a lot of them looking to cap off their junior campaign on the cross country with a GB vest in 2 weeks' time. And a lot of them have already represented their country. Look at the margin Fitzgerald. I mean 3 minutes or so into the race, a kilometre into the race, and this is a massive margin from Fitzgerald. But it was a golfing class, and to give you a bit of context, he's got a minute and a half really on the next best person over 5,000 metres in this race. And she is in a league of her own in that way. Good to see City York athlete in there as well. There's McGowan. She's always been featuring McGowan. Fine winter last year. Started to show real promise over the 1500 as well. It's great to see her sort of get that 1500 time down, work that down a bit. Because you often look at athletes, don't you, and what could be the limiting factor of their development, especially as they're still just under 17s, under 20s, is that 1500. And if they can't get that down to in the realms of sort of under 420, you do worry what they could do over 5k. So one very small lap for these women, which is about 1250 meters. So literally as they're crossing the finish line gantry or just peeling off, taking that right hand turn, it's about 1200 meters into the race. You can see, get a little bit of context, 4.5 minutes in, and they are just streaming around there. Looking to just work their way up. There's many athletes for the Gwent League. So there's that Lizzie Worlstead, you can see, started to feature. That's Izzy Holt, Blackburn Harrier as well. We've got the two Forrest sisters, Olivia Forrest, Isabel Forrest, Brentwood Beagles. We saw Kindler take the victory, didn't we, a little bit earlier on. Bryony Boyce, one of Cardiff AC's leading runners, also just taking that turn. So there we are, and Fitzgerald just sit back, enjoy, as Fitzgerald just continues to impress. Now they're set off for a slightly larger lap, and I'm sure Fitzgerald will welcome the twists and the turns and the hills, something to just keep her mind occupied a little bit more as she just works her way round this course in phenomenal fashion. There's Beth Lewis, by the way, an under 17 City of York athlete, enjoying herself out here. It is soft underfoot. Like I said, these images are a little bit deceiving. Yes, the sun is shining, glorious warm temperatures. It's up near 16, 17, 18 degrees even. It is warm to be racing cross country. You don't expect it in November. But this part of the course is a little boggy over there. And of course, it's the part of the course which is always run. Every single race hammers down that back straight. So that is Beth Lewis. Bit of a breakout performance for her, that's for sure. Did have a good year last year, make no mistake. 9th at the English Schools Cross Country Championships, 6th at the Inter-Counties, 4th at the Northern Counties, but might not have expected to be second behind Innes Fitzgerald here today, especially when those behind her, you're looking at girls who have run slow 16 minutes, in that region of 16 minutes for 5k. And you look at someone like Lewis, lifetime best over the 3,000, 9:41, 1,500 lifetime best 4:35. And that's why we love not just the Cardiff Cross, but Liverpool in general, and that opportunity that the European trials provide for a lot of athletes. It's realistic. It's realistic to look at the European trials, an under 17 or an under 20, and go, I think I can make that team. You always go into Liverpool and there's 30 girls there who think they can make a team, which is great. It makes for competitive racing. Fitzgerald just destroying them. Well, I hope she had a little bit of a rest after the World Championships. I'm sure she did. And she just builds steadily towards defending her European cross-country title. Was that a smile? I doubt it was a grimace. Sun now shining on her back. She does enjoy this course. So still Lewis in second, and that pack behind, we're starting to see the likes of Lizzie Holt in there. Lizzie Worlstead is in there. Both Holt and Worlstead training together up in Leeds under the guidance of Andrew Henderson. I have been told, by the way, Ina McGowan in that pack, we maybe expect. We're told, by the way, we're not going to see Kate Axford in the senior race. Fine run at Mansfield last week, perhaps realising she's sharp enough and just needs to get a little bit more work in ahead of that European cross-country championships. Imogen Gray of Team Bath is also in that leading pack. So Fitzgerald taking the log jump. Cameras are out. Got a gap, choosing the lowest part of the log jump. Fair play, why wouldn't you? Let's see what happens with this chasing pack. This is going to be interesting as they head out on the lonely open field. Just 4.5 kilometers. I mean, this is a cross-country distance which is less than Fitzgerald runs on the track competitively at a world level. So that is why she will not fear this distance. Well, Beth Lewis having the run of her life. Credit to her, the under-17 from the city of York. Look at the gap she's put on those behind her. The likes of Wellstead, McGowan, these are athletes who have represented Great Britain and Northern Ireland on a couple of occasions. Holt there in that chase back. I think there's a little bit of cat and mouse. There's a little bit of those girls just looking at one another. They don't want to get beat by one another 2 weeks out from Liverpool. And the reason for that, what can it do for your confidence, everything like that? I don't think you ought to worry about that really. You've got to take a few risks today. You've got to find a few things out about yourself as a runner so that you know what you sort of can and can't do. You know what your strategy is going into that European trial. I wouldn't want to be too cagey today. And do you know who's someone who's not being cagey? And that's Fitzgerald. Have we ever seen her be cagey? So continues to just streak clear. She'll be in that flow state. Heading back towards the crowd. Is going to glance her shoulder a little, but she'll want to know how much she's got on those behind her. Just whether she can take a little bit of a breather. An athlete like Fitzgerald will be deep in a training block. Might not have even tapered down much for this one. Still just developing her fitness over the next few weeks. And we'll keep an eye on that winning margin. I think a couple of years ago Megan Keith won by 50 odd seconds here. It was just staggering. But Beth Lewis doing a fine job. Still there in second place. And you know what? The longer this race goes on, the more confident she's going to get in holding on to second place. There's some good prize money up for these under 20s as well, just to give them a little bit more incentive out there. Sports Shoes are putting on offer lots of prize money, but the fact it's a world tour event, they also have to. So Beth Lewis could be working her way towards £70. Looks like Team Bath athlete, that Imogen Gray, just moving past that St Albans vest. Sophie Jacobs, I believe it might be. So Fitzgerald, 14:39 over 5,000. She went to Tokyo representing Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Third at the Stockholm Diamond League this summer. She's going to add another victory, I have no doubt about it, here at the Cardiff Cross Country to kick off her winter campaign. And still Lewis is not on the other side. Fitzgerald will have another little look to her left, won't she, as she heads down towards that finish line. What, 500-600 meters to run? Going to be around about 14 minutes. Coming through, nice little slight downhill, one of the drier sections of the course. And do get familiar with this part of the course, because this is where those relays coming up next, I say relays, that short course trial coming up next will feature. They will come down under that Sports Shoes gantry, and it will be a long, fast, straight line before they hit a couple U-turns going into the tree line. But I'm sure Fitzgerald will be getting a lot of love, a lot of support out on the course. Many of her would have taken inspiration from her performances this summer. Gavin and Joe Pavey continuing to develop this athlete year after year. And I reckon there would have been a few who would have had their doubts. Lewis negotiating that log very comfortably. Wellstead looks like she's now the one giving chase to try and work back to Lewis. Lewis has gone the wrong way. Oh no! Lewis goes the wrong way, just completely in the zone. You really do probably need a marshal on that point of the course. And Wellstead and Holt, the two training partners from Leeds, their eyes would have lit up. Second place is in front of them. They can hunt down the young under 17. Oh, it's not what you like to see, is it? Because she had a decent margin, and you'd back her to have held on at that point in the race. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald takes that sweeping U-turn, which is going to be decisive in these short course races up next. You take a bad line there, your race could be over. This race was over pretty much in the first straight. No disrespect to those behind her, but Fitzgerald really has dominated. She's a class apart. We knew that already. And to be honest, it's just a pleasure to see her shaping up well ahead of the European Cross Country Championships. Anything can happen in this sport. But one would say that gold medal come the Europeans is most likely going to be Fitzgerald's, isn't it? So here she is, Ines Fitzgerald, ladies and gentlemen, Cardiff Cross Country Challenge champion once again, year after year after year, making a habit of winning here in the Welsh capital. Well, look at this then, battle, Lewis, Holt, she went the wrong way, she's still going to hold on. We'd love her to still take second. Just the under 17 from the city of York. What, 100 metres to go, has she got it on the downhill? She had a decent margin on Holt and Wellstead in behind her for a large part of this race. She was the only one brave enough to get after Fitzgerald in the way she did. Early on as well, she was on her own. And do you know what, Lewis? She wasn't going to be beaten by anyone else today. Look at this sprint finish. She wanted it more. Beth Lewis, the city of York, breakout performance from her. And she is going to take second place here. And Lizzie Holt, your national cross-country champion in 2025, will take third, and that's a big scalp for Lewis. Wellstead, great run from her as she builds towards Liverpool in fourth. And so we've got a mix of under 17s, under 20s. Sophie Jacobs, St Albans, coming across the line now. Is it Imogen Gray of Bath as well? Isla McGowan just checking her shoulder. Oh, and we're going to see all of these ladies go at it again in just 2 weeks' time. This is well, they'll get a good match on each other. AB Power, Abingdon AC approaching the line. Alongside one of her Chiltern League rivals, Marshall Wilton Keynes athlete. Sophie Capello, you had seen of Aldershot as well, so keep an eye for those big names still out there that we'll expect to see in a couple of weeks. So this is the under 17 and under 20 women, their race coming to an end, and we've got a little bit of grace period. 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes until the senior women's 1 mile. And we just have such a deep field on display. It is difficult to call who will get that automatic place. Just a winner to represent GB in Northern Ireland in Portugal in 4 weeks' time will be confirmed on that team. Those in second will have to wait and see. It is the brutality of the British Athletics selection policy, but these athletes are all used to it. Those who are about to line up have all experienced a British Athletics selection policy many times before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. For the very, very first time, we have a European trial event here in Cardiff, and it will be the short course cross country. These athletes looking for a place on that GB team in Portugal in 4 weeks' time in that mixed relay. Reve Walcott-Nolan, haven't seen her down there. I would say I'm 99% sure she will not toe the line today. The 2021 and 2024 Olympian 3:58 1500 meter runner will not be here. There is so much at stake. There are so many who could take this title. It is unique. We don't have much to go on at all, do we? I mean, how often do people run a flat out mile over cross country? As we just enjoy those presentations, Lizzie Wellstead picking up her prize. Lizzie Holt as well, second place for her, and of course Ines Fitzgerald. There was no doubt, really, was there, about the winner in that one. Abby Ives, one to look out for as well. Your 2025 European Under-23 bronze medalist over 800 metres. However, cross-country pedigree, 29th at the long course last year at Liverpool. So is she as good on the mud as she is on the track? Sarah Calvert, 1500 metre British champion. 4:04 her lifetime best. 3 cross-country races in the last 3 years. One of those, she was second at the Bucks cross country in 2023. Sarah McDonald set to line up. How's she faring? Former gold medalist when it comes to European cross country mixed relay, Lisbon and San Marino 2017 and 2019. Will she feature today? She has the experience. Back when she was making those teams, there was no selection race. It was one big improvement and a relief, I think, for a lot of athletes, coaches, etc. when the selection race was announced at Liverpool all those years ago, and now for the first time we welcome it to Cardiff. And it certainly has brought a lot more excitement, not just here in Cardiff, but I think to the athletes. Like we say, we're going to see on the men's side, some will do the short course and then potentially go run the long course after, or go and compete for a long course place in 2 weeks' time at Liverpool. Why wouldn't you, really? 2 stabs, I guess, at that British vest. India Weir is another athlete to look out for. Her last cross-country race was at the NCAAs in 2024, almost a year ago. I think she finished outside the top 100 on that occasion. So these women have been held on the start line for quite some time now. Neve Britton-Hubbard, an athlete who might go under the radar, but once the gun goes, I don't think she will. One of the fastest legs at Mansfield last weekend. 4th, 6-7 months ago in Cardiff at the British University Cross Country Championships. Holly Dixon there. Look out for her. Ran a great leg last weekend in Mansfield. Great running over 1500 this summer. Really sharpened up. Started out as more of a 5K runner and now has transitioned down to the 1500. Could this be her event? Sarah Calvert, already mentioned her, British champion over 1500, been away in Font-Romeu, preparing for this meticulously. India Weir, hey, silver medalist over the 5,000 in the summer. Perhaps a little bit disappointed with her performance last week in Mansfield. Can she step up? I think she'll have to today if she's going to make that team. And Ava Lloyd, of course, part of that M11 setup, 5th at the UK Championships over 1500. However, her last cross-country race, 29th at Liverpool as an under-20 athlete. Does she enjoy the grass a little bit more than she did that day? Only the winner is guaranteed a spot in this mixed relay. And if they turn it down, both spots will be discretionary to the British Athletics Selection Committee, to think of a better name. Your women's short course cross country. Well, away they go. How do you pace it? That's the question many of them will be asking themselves coming into this one, what's your tactic? It's flat, there is a sharp little uphill, there's a few tight turns, there's a steep downhill, and there's a big U-turn which could cause a lot of problems in that finishing straight. It could be cagey. I think the fact there are so many women in this race who could win this one, it could well be cagey. Don't expect Calvert to feature anywhere near the front. Dixon is fine leading. She led most of the way at Mansfield last weekend. I think she's going to be one of the most confident coming into this, just because she'll be very, very familiar with her effort levels over sort of 5-6 minutes of running. Saskia Miller, by the way, also fine leg at Mansfield last week. Really threw it down, and great to see her back, to be honest, and just continuing to get back to her best. Molly Hudson's an athlete to look out for. Megan Harris was second on leg one at Mansfield. That's all we got to go off, really, when it comes to the niche of cross-country short course racing. So 4 or 5 abreast. Lucy Jones is tucked in. Another athlete who could really perform here. And so a very, very big pack. India Weir's a little bit further back. Molly Hudson's a little bit further back. And it's Kaima Langer's in there. They've got this sharp left-hand turn as they approach it. A couple of years ago when they had the sort of, it wasn't the trial race, was it? But the first time they had the short course here, it was very, very boggy on this section. Hannah Irwin just glided along. I think 5:18 or something, 5:15 she won on that occasion. But it is very boggy, and I think a lot of these women just won't want to give each other an inch. They won't want to lose 5 or 6 yards in this opening 400 meters. But when you pop on the cross country, that lactic in your legs, you can really slow up the latter half of this race. So let's see what happens. Will there be much change, or will we have a big pack like this for the remaining, 2.5, 3 minutes? Up the hill and down they go. Holly Dixon just starting to run away along the top here. You've got to hammer down this hill, get a bit of momentum. Neve Britton Hubbard as well. And I mentioned this is what Hannah Irwin did a couple years ago. It's a completely different field then. Didn't have the same quality it does now, but it was soft underfoot, and Irwin just glided away from the rest of them. And those runners who just rely on that firm surface, they want that pushback, they just couldn't live on the grass at all. Charlotte Buckley going through. Bucks medalist over the 800, and Dixon is looking very, very strong. Look out for Neve Britton Hubbard as well. Already made many European cross-country teams is Neve Britton Hubbard. Former Cambridge University student, like I said, last time she was in Cardiff, came away with a gold medal. Cambridge University winning the Bucks cross-country championships as a team. Neve was 4th on that occasion. So Dixon and Neve are just starting to run away with this. I saw Dixon interact with her mother last week after Mansfield, and she was very, very pumped up. The adrenaline was flowing. I think she knew what that meant to win that leg one at Mansfield last week, and I think she will know how she would have felt as well, and how, you know, where she is in terms of her training cycle and everything like that, what more she would have had to give, even though it's just 7 days down the line. But at the moment she looks faultless. Ground doesn't seem to be affecting her at all. Dixon, Hubbard, Ava Lloyd just sitting in 3rd. Another one been out in Fontenot like a lot of these athletes have. Lucy Jones been out there, Sarah Calvert, India Weir, Kaima Langer's in there. There's going to be a mad dash for those minor places. One thing I would say, because it's all or nothing, it's only about the victory here. A lot of these women might not be too phased. I mean, they're true competitors, but once you know the win is gone, once you know you're not going to be on that team, what's your mindset? Can you still fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th like you would for that top spot, like you would for that vest that awaits for these women? One of them will be guaranteed. The second spot will be discretionary. Dixon has led the whole way. Can she hang on in there? I'll tell you what, if this camera angle is anything to go by, it's a lot closer than it was going into that U-turn. Dixon with a yard. Jones just back on her shoulder. India Weir is going to hunt her down as well. Ava Lloyd is in there. Neve Britton Hubbard starting to fade. Sarah Calvert surprisingly fading back as well, although I did mention a lack of cross-country over the last few years might be taking its toll. So Holly Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, as she approaches, she's off the downhill. Ava Lloyd's finishing like an absolute train. Dixon's led this gun to tape, and it's gonna pay off. Wow. Holly Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in Cardiff. Lloyd will get 2nd. Jones will get 3rd. Dixon, Lloyd and Jones, Weir will have to settle for one of the minor places. So will Calvert, perhaps at a different point in their season. And I just wonder, those track runners, were they overestimating themselves or underestimating the opposition? I think it's very, very easy to run a good 1500 in the summer and look at this short course and go, yeah, I can do that off 5-6 weeks training. But you can't count out how good Holly Dixon was today, and I think to lead in that fashion as well, there's more in there. She came under threat, she came challenged in that last 150 meters. Had another gear, went again. Whew. There we are, then there's the men. Same applies. Only the first man across the line will book his plane ticket to Portugal. Well, Will Barnicoat, I'll say it, he's my favourite. It might be a few other people's favourite. I might eat my words. But I think the short course is much more about how good you are on soft ground than how good you are over 1500. And I make the argument as well, those who are phenomenal cross-country runners over 8K, 9K, 10K, whatever they operate at, these senior men, if they were to step down to this short course, I still think they would feature towards the front. It's almost a speed limit to how fast you can go on this sort of terrain. You know, these men are not going to be able to run a 6400 and not pay the price. They're not going to be able to close in a 64 coming off, factoring in for a few of those U-turns as well. So there is a speed limit to just how fast you can go, and I think it is going to sit, somewhere around that. A few years ago, it was sort of, where were they? Just outside 4:30 for the mile. It is going to sit about there. And so it's who can get 4 minutes into this race and still be fresh enough to have something down that little hill and into the finish. Okay, Barnicoat is certainly one to watch. 3-time European cross-country champion. 13:19 lifetime best over 5K. Henry Jonas. Well, I know the Loughborough camp very excited about his chances. He's had good memories at Cardiff, fond memories at Cardiff. He's done a great job in the junior race. Henry Jonas. Joe Woodfield is a scratch. The 62-minute half marathon runner, 146 800 meter runner, has also represented GB before. He's a scratch. I'll save my breath on him. Callum Elson surely is one to watch. He made that short course team way back 2022 now. Made the long course team in 2023, proving he can do both. Could argue his case to be the favourite here in Cardiff. Well, it's a long hold, wasn't it? Was that Elson just slipping on the line a little bit there as well? But he's into his running. Well, Dixon was first to this first turn, and she managed to hold on. I wonder if we'll see similar play out in this men's field. Something tells me we won't. Jonas prominent at the front. Elson there as well. All of them in a big pack. Barnicoat a little bit further back. Just on the shoulder, we've got David Race to look out for. Cameron Boyek is a man I know a few others have tipped to really feature, the 3:34 1500 meter man. I mean, you go back, you look at his last cross-country race. Hey, it was that short course in San Marino 2017 where he won gold for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I think those Higgins brothers, a bit like Holly Dixon, they have really shown their strength over the mud this year. They've done a couple of Kent leagues, they've trained alongside James Kingston, they ran very well at Mansfield as well. Plus, I mean, they have that raw speed, a couple of 145, 146 men over 800, sub 340 men over 800. So what can those Tonbridge lads do? So Boyek, you've got the Higgins brothers there, and Cameron Boyek. Tom Dodd is one of the only men, and Joe Tuffin as well. Tom Dodd, Joe Tuffin is one of the only men who have done this course previously. Henry Jonas in that lead pack. Elson will probably be quite comfortable in this huge bunch. Alex Malloy, James McMurray, Jeremy Dempsey. He could really be one to watch. And there's Barnicoat further back there in the sort of pinky purple colours. just in front of the bright red shorts of David Race. So interesting to see the likes of Barnacle sit quite far back, but as I mentioned, as they take this sharp turn, I do feel like this race is about getting to 4 minutes as fresh as possible. There's a few others just dropping their head round that sharp left-hand turn. Boyack really taking this on. Now this is similar to Holly Dixon, isn't it? These Higgins brothers, what a story that would be. Imagine they get 1-2. Mark Cookway, don't get too excited. Still 2 minutes left. But they're looking good. Boyack, Ted and Jack Higgins, forgive me, trying to identify which one is which. Both equally as good. And now Cam Boyack faultless over this. And I tell you what, I had a few messages over the last week. People saying Boyack is moving very, very well. He's prioritised this. He's trained meticulously. Look, we haven't really seen him. Like I said, the last time he ran over the mud was coming up for 8 years ago. But he is flying down there, and he's asking the question to the Higgins. What's going to change over the last 400-500 metres? 2.5 minutes in, approaching that kilometre. I tell you what, a new name. This could be Joe Owen just working his way up. It'd be some story. It is that the case, isn't it? It is a development event, is this mile. Boyack now being closed up. Jonas starting to show his face. Jeremy Dempsey as well. Will Barnacle. Dempsey's a phenomenal cross-country runner. Make no mistake about it. Sub 4 minute miler as well. Boyack now, he just says to hold on. He can't give these guys a sniff. The minute he shows them he is faltering, the minute he shows them he's struggling, they're going to close up. They're going to get a bit between their teeth. Callum Elson, for me, is he too far back? Can he just change gears? Oh, the patience required to execute this race. We know on the track, look at that U-turn, Boyack struggling out of it. Elson just dropping his shoulder, taking that turn well. Maybe that football background paying off for Callum Elson. He's been here before. Can he make the team once again? He ran well at Mansfield last week. We know he's got the turnover, but I tell you what, Boyack's faster than him over 1,500. And is he going to show it coming off of this last turn? Cameron Boyack, what a story this man has. He was a phenomenal junior. He's represented GB many times before. That was a few years ago. Should be one of his first senior best. If his first. Elson closing hard. Boyack taking the inside line, opening up the door for Elson and Higgins. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Higgins is coming up on the shoulder of Callum Elson and Boyack. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Higgins, just like he did in 2023 at the Indoor Championships. He's won here. Higgins, ladies and gentlemen, I told you he's moving so well over the country over the last few weeks. What a run from that man, Mark Cookway. We take your hat off to you time and time again. You produce phenomenal athletes from Tonbridge AC. We got to get confirmation. Was it Ted? Was it Jack? We think there was a J on the vest. We think it was a Jack Higgins, which is interesting because Ted has been moving really well actually, has scalped his brother in those Kent leagues. Look at what can change in that last straight. Boy, coming off that last turn, I did not think he'd lose that. Open track will be where the live results will be. Frantically, I'm refreshing. Let's get confirmation. Meanwhile, I'll tell you who won the women's race. Holly Dixon, in case you didn't know. Ava Lloyd, Lucy Jones in third. India Weir got fourth. Britton Hubbard in fifth. Malanga, Hudson, Calvert, Millard, McAndrew, Buckley in 11th. Simpson, Armitage, Powell, Brady Jones, and a whole host of others. 22 to crown off the field. Senior men, we still await confirmation of those results. Next race will be at 1, senior women. We welcome back Megan Keith to Cardiff 2 years ago. Took the title by some way. Two-time European cross-country champion. So those senior women are preparing out there. Of course, joint with the Gwent League for those international viewers. This World Athletics Continental Gold Label Tour will be joined with the local league match here in Cardiff, and it will be a part as well of the UK Cross Challenge Series. Next one in Liverpool, that will be Great Britain and Northern Ireland's European trial. As we continue to bring you confirmation of some results. Well, there was the under-17 women, Beth Lewis, second place overall, and of course, first under-17 home. Ennis Fitzgerald winning the under-20 race. Well, we will bring you full confirmation of that men's short course race very, very shortly, but these senior women just making their way through onto the start line. Huge field. I've just seen Megan Keith, someone who loves this course, but we'll have a bit of battle on our hands today, because it was, you know, last year she did take 2 years ago, sorry, did take the victory here, fought off the very best from the East Africans, and that same year, you know, she went on and just destroyed, biggest winning margin at the European Cross Country Championships in Brussels. It was just staggering, and of course went on representing Great Britain at the Paris Olympic Games. Was injured last year for this, so coming back to reclaim her title. Now, couple to look out for then. We do have Cynthia Chip Karui, one of the most exciting youngsters out there at the moment, the African under 23,000 meter champion, just 17 years of age. She has already booked her spot on the junior team for Kenya at the World Cross Country Championships in Florida. She won the Kenyan under 20 trials, and anyone who does that is a formidable force. Sheila Chebet, first in Belgium earlier on in the year, second in Cardiff last year. Chebet, the Kenyan, fourth at the World Cross Country Championships as well as a junior in 2024. She will await to see if she can get back on that team. Sofia Torgersen of Denmark, 8 times the junior national record holder from 800 to 5k. Now starting to transition well into the senior ranks. We welcome the Dane Celia McCabe of Canada, 2023 Canadian cross country champion. Steeple chaser by trade as well, national record holder, 9:20 her lifetime best. Can any of these women challenge Megan Keith? Maria Urena of Spain as well. Carrie Hughes might get close. She was 5th last year. Kate Axford is a scratch. 6 seconds off the victory last year. Kate Axford not here today. As I mentioned, maybe Andy Henson happy enough with what he saw last weekend in Mansfield. Put pretty much 15 seconds on the next closest. athlete, and that was Holly Dixon. But Axel will be looking at to be going to that European Cross Country Championship. 10th last year, won Liverpool, then got injured at the turn of the new year, and now we'll be looking to see if she can break into that top 10 at the Europeans. I have no doubt about that. So Megan Keith is situated right on the inside, to the left of pitcher. Expecting to be first to that first turn, perhaps. Holly Dixon, interestingly enough, quite a lot of women, by the way, have entered back into the long course, and Holly Dixon is one of them. And I wonder, you know, now she's won that, there really is, there would have been nothing to lose anyway, right? But now she's won, adrenaline high. I wonder if we will see her just sort of get round here and see what she can do. Sort of, what, 20 minutes or so after winning that cross-country short course. Jess Gibbon, another athlete to keep an eye on, Reading SC runner, national cross-country champion of 2025, 12th at the European Championships. I mean, our ladies really did put on a display last year, didn't they? They all packed so well together. Gibbon is phenomenal on the mud. However, I've been talking to Coach Mark Booth, and I think she is nursing a bit of illness. She's had a few niggles as well, so this is very much just getting her back out there and seeing how fit she is at this stage in the season. I don't think he was putting too much expectation or pressure on her at all. So 6.5 kilometers. It will be very, very fast. As I say, you know, Megan Keith is someone who's used to running 25 laps of the track. So are those also in this, you know, the Kenyans, Chepkurui and Chebet. We have had a few scratches. Charity Cherop, unfortunately Ugandan. She won last year, was set to compete. Hasn't made the trip over. So the senior women, Cardiff Cross Challenge, World Athletics Gold Label Tour 2025. So hit the ground running then. In 2025, it's the Cardiff Cross Challenge. We are 2 weeks before Liverpool. How has Megan Keith bounced off what was another very, very impressive summer? Can she hold off the very best of the East Africans here today? Cynthia Chepkurui and Sheila Chebet also out there on the course. Charlotte Dannett first to that first turn. Someone who could well threaten a spot on that GB team in the coming weeks. She's had a fine last couple of weeks. The Loughborough University student side by side with Megan Keith. Emily Parker is another athlete I should mention. We'll see more of her. The Pool AC runner, 5th at the European Championships as an under 23 over the steeplechase. Interestingly, 3rd at the World Unis, over 5,000 meters as well. Perhaps just deciding, Parker, where her talent and time is best spent. Is it the steeplechase? Is it the 5,000? Because really she was able to do it all this year, and she might well enjoy it that way. Very few can. So there's Keith. You can see just spearheading this large field. I can't see Holly Dixon. I think she'll enjoy and be getting kitted out and fitted out in those GB colours. She would have enjoyed that victory, and she'll sit back and watch these women as she now starts to turn her attention to what lies ahead at the European Championships. So you can see the two Kenyan athletes, Cynthia Chepkurui and Sheila Chebet, just working their way up, both of them. Very, very accomplished cross-country runners, and things are stringing out. I mean, we are a minute and a half into this race. Keith already gapping them. She is so good on the country, ladies and gentlemen. 2 large laps for these senior women, in case I hadn't said already. Celia McCabe of Canada. Sophia Torgerson, I think that might be McCabe of Canada there, just in second behind Keith. And so Paris Olympian over the steeple. And the Canadian champion as well. So there's the first hill of the day for these women. Izzy Fry is also a scratch. Won't see her in Cardiff, unfortunately. Athlete who got 9th at those European 5,000 metre championships in 2024, but hasn't raced since June, so perhaps just a little bit behind schedule, easing back gradually. So Keith looking very, very comfortable out front. This is going to be interesting because it is a very, very tight turn. It has been cut up. It's very, very slippy. McCabe in second. You can see Chepkurui and Chebet a little further back as well. That's the line they're all going to take. They're going to hug that tape. It's going to get interesting. Emilia Quirk just, gliding through the mud as she does best, Quirk. So good in muddy conditions. Took a bit of an inside line. But you can see those featuring prominently at the head of this field would have studied this course. It's all part of it, right? When you walk the course in cross country, you really have to study not just the terrain, the footing, how far you're running, what turn you're going to take, but you need to know the lines that you're going to take. You need to visualize that. So that is Jess Gibbon also up there, and Neve Brown as well is another athlete. Ran very, very well at Mansfield, former national cross country medalist. So Keith, McCabe, Chebet, Gibbon. Well, despite Mark Booth just telling me beforehand, her coach, that his expectations weren't crazy high, just wanted her to have a run out. However, you know, Gibbon is so good on the mud. I mean, destroyed the National Cross Country Championships. You don't come 10th to the European Cross Country Championships without having a lot of talent on the mud. So she features in that lead group. Keith, McCabe, Chebet, Gibbon, Shep Karuri. Dannett leads that chase pack as well. That will probably be the next best of the Brits. And good to see a group. Keith loves to front run, doesn't she, especially on the country. And there are advantages. I mean, there is next to no wind out here today. Glorious sunny conditions. You get to pick your line. Not that it's particularly muddy anyway, but tell you what, those women behind, they'll be churning this course up. By the time they come around again, these leaders on that second lap, I think the course will look very, very different. Huge numbers here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge in Gwent League, as we welcome the best from around the world and Great Britain. Keith McCabe, 1-2, first log jump coming. Shep Karuri now just drifting her way into third. Pace looks pretty modest, doesn't it? And you know, I would suggest that for Keith, just bouncing back, this is just, she'll be just wanting to see how she feels, how she moves over the grass on that slightly softer surface, and perhaps, you know, she'll know the class of Shep Karuri and Chebet in behind her. I mean, Shep Karuri really did dominate the Kenyan trials, and they are very, very excited about her. Some saying the next best thing since Beatrice Chebet, who is obviously still very prominent and still dominating world athletics. But from a similar setup as well to Chebet, under that Rosa management, and Sheila Chebet also out there in fourth, second here last year. One of the few people, international athletes returning, who know this course. So we have four up front, and I wonder if these Kenyans in Shep Karuri and Chebet will start to just come alongside Keith, will start to question her, will start to test her on a few turns, on a few long straights, get their legs turning over. But at the moment, Keith just dictating things and starting to string things out. I'm impressed with McCabe at the moment. Celia McCabe of Canada, the steeplechase, because doesn't have, of course, Canadian champion is a big title, but doesn't have huge pedigree over the cross country. But very impressed. She is just hot on the heels of one of the best 10,000 meter runners in the world in Keith. I say, performing exceptionally well at the World Championships, finishing up in 10th place in Tokyo. 30.36 for 10,000, her lifetime best. So McCabe seems the only one amongst Gibbon and the others to actually be able to stay in this top four group with three very, very strong cross-country runners. And much like Megan Keith over in Kenya, cross-country really is the start of athletics for a lot of athletes. It's not the track, it is cross-country. They will all compete in county and district races, much like here in the UK, before they make their way and qualify for the national championships, which is always, or more often than not, in Nairobi, where they represent their region. So a great little pack of four. Megan Keith, Shep Karuri, fine sitting in behind her, McCabe and Chebet. Then Jess Gibbon, now isolated on her own. Made the bold move to go with that front pack, now just suffering perhaps a little bit. Charlotte Dannett then next, Emily Parker as well. Those two trained together, had some great battles on the track over 5,000. Remember one distinctly in Birmingham, Dannett and Parker going toe-to-toe for 12.5 laps. Parker letting Danit do all the work, and I think she's going to do that today. Similar tactic ahead, perhaps. So there's Gibbons swinging around that turn. These are great images. Gives you a bit of context, doesn't it? How sharp these turns really are. Is it Thorgertsen of Denmark just coming around as well? So there's some of the Southwests. Bristol and West out there, Westbury Harriers. Little rivalry, you can call it a derby. There's the rest of them just streaming around. Amelia Quirk was a little bit further up, saw her. So approaching the end of lap 1, they'll only have one more lap to run, and I predict, you would predict things will break up on the twisty section, on the hilly section of the course. Maybe someone like Keith Chepkarui will just get a little bit of gap on McCabe and Chebet, who aren't looking, although they are in this lead pack, they're not looking particularly comfortable. Gibbon down it, this is the best of the Brits in behind. This is interesting because we predict this will be some of the battles that we'll see in Liverpool over the next 2 weeks. Mia Waldman, that Reading AC vest, look out for her, just working her way through. Did it so well, didn't she? Just last year, finishing in the top 10 at the European Under-23 Championships. So Waldman and Gibbon, by the way, training partners, both under the guidance of Mark Booth. So a nasty U-turn coming up as athletes continue to just string out, heading back for lap 1. The crowd just anticipating their arrival. Megan Keith now and Chep Karui took that turn better than most, by the way, that U-turn. They've now got a little bit of a gap on McCabe, and I tell you what, Chevet just starting to struggle. She might have been second here last year, but she's going to have to get back on it if she's going to break into that top 2 today. Slightly softer conditions in last year. It was extremely firm last year, wasn't it? And fast. I mean, they really did hammer around there. But 2 years ago, when Keith was here and she ran away with it, it was a lot softer underfoot, and it was one of the reasons I think she did run away with it. It was that sticky, sapping mud for a large part of the course. So they have a few little snakes, these elite women, as they just wind their way round, approaching the start-finish area. Megan Key, Chep Karui, McCabe, they're your top 3. Chevet just a couple yards back, taking the turns nicely. Something tells me they're very much within themselves at the moment. I think Keith just coming across, literally running by me, looks very, very relaxed, and I think she knows that she's going to need a whole nother gear if she's going to live with the likes of Chep Karui, who just like that actually goes round for lap 1, just to update you on the front of the field, and then steals about a yard on Keith. So it's Chep Karui, it's Keith. This is a clear injection of pace. Further back, Danit, Emily Parker, Jess Gibbons, so the order has changed there. Poppy Tank is in there, Amelia Quirk, Dorgetson, Neve Brown, Mee Waldman, a few others battling out there. Rebecca Flaherty, Victoria Hiscock as well. This is a great day for Reading AC. If there was a team title on the line, they'd be sweeping it up. So here you are. This is that injection of pace I was talking about. Chep Karui leading, spearheading the front of this field. Just asking the question. McCabe is having a fantastic day at the office. She really is the steeplechaser. If she was to scout Megan Keith here over the country, I think she would be very pleased. And of course, with the World Cross Country, it is great to see Canadians come over and compete here in Britain, because you are going to need, a lot of these track runners, these road runners are going to need a few country races to get under their legs and prepare for Tallahassee, Florida on the 10th of January. Yeah, I don't care how fit you are over a half marathon or a 5k or a 10k, you do need to get used to just hammering around turns, up and down hills. The effort level is just extremely high. You have to be adaptable as well. So this is the front of the field. Surprise, Keith would have had a bit of time off after the World Championships in Tokyo, where she featured prominently. But Chep Karui, as I mentioned, you know, this is someone that they are very, very excited about in Kenya. They look at her and they see her, to be honest, as winning the World Cross Country Championships as a junior, of course, not a senior. I mean, to contend with the likes of Chevet, Beatrice Chevet and Kipyegon, and Nigetic, and just a whole plethora of names that will be featuring in that World Cross Country Championships. But comes from a very, very similar setup as Beatrice Chevet. Just 17 years of age, your African 3,000 meter champion, but actually her PBs, they don't match up to her cross-country prowess. So they're almost, you don't want to ignore them, but acknowledge that she is superior over the country. Well, there's that chase back. That's the Battle of the Brits there. Jess Gibbon just fading back slightly. A very fast start. So Neve Brown just attacking that hill. Mia Waldman there in the red of Reading AC. Again, she was Poppy Tank and Mia Waldman with two other athletes who were here sort of 6-7 months ago for the British University Cross Country Championships in Cardiff, and the pair of them getting on the podium. Poppy Tank beating Waldman on that occasion. Jess Bailey, of course, taking the title. When will she open up her cross country campaign, we ask? So Charlotte Dannett leading Poppy Tank. Taking that turn, you can see how muddy it is, getting so slippy. I think this is going to cause problems a little bit further back. Those who actually can't move haven't got the luxury of picking their line. So there we are, Chep Curry, Megan Keith. Oh, acorn on the shoe there maybe. Piece of wood on the spike, didn't like it, stops, takes it off. Loses 10-15 yards, but it's very, very frustrating. If you've got something stuck to your spike, you really can't run properly. It's in your head, it's annoying. It is quite dry, it's rooty. I wouldn't be surprised if she's picked up a bit of bark or an acorn or something on her spike, or she got problems. Oh, Megan Keith coming back past the camera. She stopped again, that's a big gap. I would like to think it was that and not an injury. I don't think it was an injury, it was just a quick removal of whatever was stuck to the bottom of her shoe. You can see very, very strung out still. A little bit further back in here. There's Thorgerson, one of the leading Danes over a distance. Holds a lot of national records. There's Thorgerson. Now Poppy Tank just stretching that chase pack out. Amelia Quirk moving well of Bracknell AC. We've already seen one Bracknell AC medalist today. I'm not sure Quirk will medal, but if she can break into the top 10, that'll be a fine performance for her. So Chep Karuri just gliding away now from the field. I mean, this is what she came here to do. This is what she knows she can do. I mean, no disrespect to those around her, but she would have faced and fought off much, much tougher opposition at those Kenyan trials a couple of weeks ago. So Megan Keith, surprisingly for us, we know how much she likes this course. It is a little short for her, 6.5K. I mean, Megan Keith would eat up an 8K, a 9K, a 10K, 12K cross country if she could. But 6.5K on this occasion, and she did stop. She had to remove something from the bottom of her shoe. She won't stress about that. For her, it's about getting her legs out over the mud, opening up her cross-country campaign, and preparing to claim her first senior title at the European Cross Country Championships. Is it doable? The way she ran a couple of years ago, we know she would have got close to the likes of Grovdale. As Emily Parker mentioned, her not quite enjoying the mud as much as she perhaps would have hoped. A little bit further back, there's Neve Brown, Megan Harris, mentioned Mia Waldman. Mary Mulhare is out there, the Irish athlete. She's featured in the top 20 on a couple of occasions on this race. It's Laura Nichols, Bedford and County coming through there in the blue. So Poppy Tank and Thorgerson just breaking away. I believe it was Charlotte Dannett in that little subgroup they had, and this is where things are going to break up. 15-16 minutes of running. You're on this long open field. You're in your own head at this stage. If you're isolated, it's extremely difficult to just hold any sort of pace, any sort of rhythm. Well, Megan Keith still in fourth. Those images were deceiving. I thought she'd worked her way up to third. I think this is good for Megan. She'll enjoy working back at McCabe there. She'll know she can get back on her, despite giving her a big gap whilst removing something from her shoe in that sort of wooded section. But Chep Karuri just glides away. It was a clear injection of pace. As soon as she approached the second lap, she went to the front, she pushed on, and she's really asking the question, and she's going to start lapping runners and streaming through the rest of this Cardiff Cross field. I'll tell you what, they are still flooding by the start-finish area, ladies and gentlemen, where we are as we await Cynthia Chep Karuri, the 17-year-old from Kenya, who will be contesting and will be representing at the World Cross Country Championships in Tallahassee, Florida. And we hope to see McCabe. The way she's running here, she's going to be putting on a good display then as well. So will Chebet of Kenya potentially. She's had a few wins on the European circuit. She was second last year, Chebet, And you know what? She's paced it well today because she was a little off this front group through that first lap. But now she's gone through McCabe, and you can't see her losing that second position, can you? So just look at the way Chep Karui making light work of this 6.5 kilometer circuit. It is cutting up. You can see the grass is browning, it's soft underfoot. These nice sunny images can be a little deceiving. They have a little downhill to enjoy. Not these women. These women have got a few more turns. They've got a log jump to contest, the big old field as well, before they can start thinking about the finish. But Chep Karui is certainly thinking about the finish. She's probably thinking about her next race already. Where will she be next? As they wait for it, the tree line, 2 more turns will remain. And we just get a good indication of how big that gap is at the moment. Cynthia Chep Karui. And Kenya's an interesting country, they really do, but a little bit like us here in the UK, but they start their cross-country campaign extremely early. I mean, there's cross-country races taking place in Kenya from the month of August. A lot of them will attack the summer season, and if they don't run that well over the track, they will just turn their attention to the cross-country in July and August even. And there seems to be races, little district races, county races, pretty much all the time in Kenya, whether it be over sort of a short course, a 2K, or the full distance. And there's always someone to have a good battle with. And Kenya is one of these nations where when athletes are fit, they just race. They don't really plan a season as a whole. They just tend to just train and train and train, and as soon as they're fit enough, as soon as they get the green light from coach, they race and they go hard time and time again. And that is something Cynthia Chep Karui is doing just perfectly. So it's going to be a win for her for the very, very first time. The 17-year-old is going to put away women twice her age almost out there on the course. We'll see her in Tallahassee, Florida. We'll probably see her throughout the rest of the World Athletics Cross-Country Tour as well. She's already enjoyed some success on that. So's Chebet, winning in Belgium early in 2025, second last year in Cardiff. Chebet will get second. You can see her just coming into shot. But Cynthia Chep Karui has absolutely flown around this last lap. And she is, let's keep an eye on the clock, keep an eye on that winning margin. Chep Karui, ladies and gentlemen. Sheila Chebet hanging on there for second. McCabe is closing hard. Keith couldn't work back. And you know what's interesting about Megan Keith is the gap between her and Poppy Tank in fourth is not all that big. So Sheila Chebet to get second. Another Kenyan 1-2 here in Cardiff. We've seen it time and time again, haven't we? Cherop of Uganda was a no-show. So McCabe takes third. Promising run for her. But Megan Keith stopped a couple times. In a post-race interview, I'm sure we'll hear more what actually happened out there on the course. But fourth might be a little disappointed with that. 20:51 when she crosses the line. And Poppy Tank is not going to be too far behind. 10-15 seconds at that. So she'll take a lot of confidence from this. Thorgerton still developing through the ranks as well behind Poppy Tank. Poppy Tank there. 17 seconds behind Megan Keith. Thorgerton to come through, and we got a finish here. A real sprint finish on our hands. Amelia Quirk's just going to outpip all those around her. Dannett, Donegan, Harris coming across. Jess Gibbon, Emily Parker hanging tough in there as well. Kickstarting her campaign after a big summer where she raced a lot at an extremely high level. It was a fantastic 2025 for her. And you can see just how hard this course is. Mia Wildman now will be another athlete who isn't under 23 and will look ahead to that under 23s, try and improve on that 7th place from last year. India Barwell, Lincoln and Wellington. There's Mary Mohair of Ireland approaching. Barwell Mohair just outside 22 minutes. I had to take a double check there. Neve Bridgerton Hubbard coming across the line after that mile. Great back-to-back performance from her. I think she's the only person to have doubled back. Yeah, Victoria Hiscock of Reading AC. I mentioned they've had 3 in the top 25 or so. Rebecca Flaherty, another under 23 who'll be looking ahead to that Liverpool cross country in 2 weeks. It'll be anyone's race. Of course, the under 23s turning off early on that occasion. Always a strange dynamic. So pretty much bang on 4 miles to give you a context of speed out there. These women are operating. It is fast here in Cardiff, and it just shows you that Cynthia Chepkarui cut round here at 5-minute miles, perhaps a touch under that. I think she'd find good place in the senior men's race, which is up at 2:30. For those of you who are looking forward to that, we do have the under 17, under 20 men just sandwiched in between these 2 senior races, and they'll be off at 2:05. So we've got 20 minutes or so for these senior women to finish off here. Good sprint finish here from Paul AC in the Westbury Harrier. Rhiannon Patton making a trip over, based in Oxford. Just getting pipped on the line there. That will be frustrating for her. So just while these women come across the line, we will confirm the results from that men's short course. I'm sure many of you have refreshed your screen and know already, but Higgins from Elson, Jack Higgins, shall I say, confirmation, Jack Higgins, Callum Elson, Cameron Boyack, all of them 4 minutes in 23 seconds. Will Barnico, 4th, surprisingly, many people's favourite. Dempsey in 5th, Ted Higgins in 6th, Henry Jonas 7th, Tom Dodd 8th, Parkinson, Texia, Fisher, Brown, Race, Hennigan, Tuffin, Eade, Lloyd, oh, and the rest goes on. Just, goodness me, 28 of them in there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a slight pause in the programme. We'll hear from Jack Buckner and James Williams in just a moment as well, so do stick around for that. And then we will look ahead to the under 17, under 20 men's race. Well, I'm joined by 2 fantastic CEOs in James Williams of Welsh Athletics and Jack Buckner here. James, once again, it's the Cardiff Cross Country weekend, and you've done an incredible job, and it looks like it's set up to be a great day of racing.
Yeah, we brought the weather this year as well. It's not many cross-country events we turn up wearing sunglasses, so yeah, we're really excited. It's going to be a great day today.
What have we got to look forward to first?
Well, this is unique because it's the only World Cross label event that we have in the UK. So we've got partners, some of the best cross-country and distance runners from across the world that'll come over, but obviously the best of Britain here as well. And of course, the best of Wales are competing against them. So it's going to be a number of top races throughout the day.
Gold label as well. We don't get many gold label events in the UK, road, track or cross country. We do have it here in Cardiff. What does it take to get gold label World Cross Country Tour?
Well, it's our ambition. It's our ambition to bring the best athletes here to Wales to showcase what we can deliver here from an event perspective. But we do some fantastic events across the UK, and I just think it's really important that we don't just aim to deliver some good events. We aim to deliver the absolute best events, and the gold label enables us to do that.
And I have to ask, the Cardiff half was a huge success. We've got a few who ran there running today as well on the elite end. Are those who are participating in the half, the numbers are booming, it's going ballot next year. Are we going to see some of them here today watching, spectating? We're bridging that gap between amateur and elite and this sort of sub-elite that we've got as well through the age groups.
Absolutely, and that's the unique thing about an event like this. You've got the best in the world, but with the Gwent League being included as well, we have these huge numbers of club runners that are coming into the sport. Our biggest challenge as a governing body, keeping up with the growth. It's incredible the amount of people that are starting running, and absolutely we'll see some of them running today, and some of them running next year and the year after. It's a fantastic place to be at the moment in the sport.
And finally then, Commonwealth Games year. Next year, how's Welsh Athletics stepping things up to make sure you perform in Glasgow?
Yeah, we've got some really talented. We've almost got this next generation of Welsh athletes coming through, and we're really excited to see that, so many new athletes coming through. Hopefully, coming back with a few medals next year from Glasgow.
Absolutely, and now I'll just bring in Jack as well, because Jack, we've got a great timetable for under 11s all the way up to seniors. But I'm sure many people have their eyes on that mixed relay cross-country short course today. For the very first time, the trial is in Cardiff. The women will go 12:55, the men 1:05. Whose decision was it, and why have you brought the trial to Cardiff, not its usual place, Liverpool, with the rest of the trial events?
Well, I think we just wanted to mix things up a little bit and also create a bit of excitement and, like James says, really add to the value of the event and the profile. And the mixed relay is an extremely exciting event. It's short, it's fast, it's furious, and so it kind of fits really nicely here. I think also that the course here is fabulous. So the course you're going to be running on in Portugal is also going to be like this, really, really quick. So having it here makes a lot of sense, and especially with the sunshine.
It's going to be perfect for them. I need to course my churn up a little bit. But the European Cross Country Championships has always been a great breeding ground for those athletes developing. Is perhaps their first chance to get that GB vest, look at that elite pathway, but also for those at the top to prove themselves on the European stage. I have to ask the question, we always send full teams. Why the same approach isn't there for the World Cross Country Championships? We're only going to be sending, I think, 4, maybe less on the senior races to Tallahassee in Florida. Why do you view the World Cross and European Cross slightly differently as an organisation?
Well, I think it's a combination of factors. One is when it lands. Another thing, you'll be well aware, we've had quite a lot of challenges with costs and budgets and priorities. And I think also what we try and do is provide the right level of competition for the athlete as they're developing. And European Cross is something that's really developmental, great racing, really exciting. The World Cross is extraordinary in terms of the talent, and what we don't want to do is put athletes in situations where they're overwhelmed. So there's a bit of that in the selection process as well.
Absolutely, and we'll talk a little bit about the cost saving and the cutting, because this year, first year, British Athletics in recent years have turned over a profit. How sustainable is that, and how exciting is that for those who are currently participating in the sport? What impact can they expect to see?
Yeah, I mean it's been a big, it's the first profit we've turned since 2017. So, and it's been hard fought and hard won, and we have had to make tough choices on the way. We've had to cut a few things that matter to the sport in order to survive. So I think, yes, I mean what we're trying to do is build a long-term sustainable future for our great sport in partnership with the whole sport. So getting the elite stuff right, and the Diamond League and the European champs and the world champs, getting that stuff right, we then have the resources to kind of feed back. And exactly what James was saying earlier, we want more events in this country, but they need to be sustainable, and you need to be just managing them really well. And in the past that hasn't been the case, and if you get these things wrong you can lose a lot of money very quickly. But we've got our events now on a firm footing. The partnership with Athletic Ventures with London Marathon and Great Run gives us a fantastic opportunity to deliver amazing events, and also to some extent rebuild events. So I think what you're going to see over the next few years is a great platform of events with some innovation, which I think people will go wow, and that will feed through to events like this. So I think we could be in for an exciting few years. It's not going to be dramatic, but it's kind of step by step. So we think it will make a really big difference to the sport, and hopefully some of the growth and boom that we're enjoying will continue.
It's great to hear the sport is in safe hands and the future looks bright, especially for cross country here. We've heard from the CEOs, now we'll turn our attention to see what the athletes can deliver.
What a time for the presentations of that elite women's race. In fourth place there was Megan Keith of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So winner 2 years ago, not to be this time around. Celia McCabe though, from her NCAA start, now representing On Athletics in third place. Good scalp from her to beat Keith out there on the course. over the country. Looking good ahead of the World Cross Country. And Sheila Chebet then was in second place. And her countrywoman, no doubt about the winner, Cynthia Chepkaruri, was just phenomenal today, wasn't she? These athletes will pick up some good prize money. That is one of the attractions of the World Cross Country Tour, but more important than prize money, it is also just that cross-country experience, sharpening themselves up, preparing themselves for what is to come. And the cross-country season ends with the World Cross Country Champs on the 10th of January. It's very, very exciting. And Chepkaruri, the youngest out of all those women, just 17 years of age, was just an under 17 last year, won the African Junior Championships, about 4 years too young. Staggering, really. A huge talent that they are very, very excited about in Kenya. So then we've got those under 17, under 20 men. They're off at 2:05. They're out there warming up. Can see them. And do you know what? We're getting a bit of rain coming. Maybe this course is going to churn up a little bit more than it already is for those senior men. We've got some very, very light rain just amongst the sunshine. There are a few clouds out there. A little gloomy. The wind just picking up a little bit, and temperature's cooling down. It was absolutely balmy earlier on in the day for those junior races. So we'll run through those that junior men's race, ones to look out for in just a moment's time. We're still sort of just 5 minutes or so away. Penultimate race of the day, under 17, under 20 men. Couple minutes away now. Who are the big hitters? Who are the ones to watch out for? Quinn, Emil Ingram, Radley AC. We saw Sam Cousins come close for a win for Radley AC earlier on in the day. The under 13 just missed out on that one on this occasion, but Quinn, terrific over the mud a few years ago, and in fact 5th at Liverpool last year, 48th at the European Cross Country. He was our first man home at the World Cross 2 years ago. and he is back. Did have a bit of an injury-riddled period, just adjusting to university life, but yeah, he is back, and he's going to be one of the big names to look out for, I expect, going into that Liverpool cross-country. Will Rabjohns, he won here a year ago, did Rabjohns. What a fine victory he had as well. 22nd at the European Cross. And what an up and down summer he had. That disqualification at the Europeans over 800. I mean, Rabjohns is a phenomenal. We talk about the range of someone like Wakefield and 146, 62-minute half marathon. I mean, Rabjohns is a 145 man, could do it on the mud. It's almost more impressive to be able to go from 800 to a phenomenal cross-country running. That is extremely difficult. Don't know if there's many 145 men who can run on the mud like Rabjohns can. Can he replicate that victory from last year, the Loughborough student? Ian Thomas, the Welsh hope, represented Great Britain, Northern Ireland at the European Under-18 Championships in a steeplechase just last year, 2024. And Luke Dunham is a man to watch out for. 8 minutes over 3,000 in 2025. He was an absolute beast over 7.5 laps this summer, and topped the UK rankings with that 8-minute clocking. However, it was a bit of an outlier performance. It was set at that St Mary's meeting down in Twickenham, where a lot of people seem to run big lifetime best, and Dunham was one of them. His next best time over 3,000, 8:15. But Andy Hobdell coaching that young man, and obviously has a bit of a pathway. Will we see him become a Team McCown member in future years? Time will tell. Under 17, under 20 men. Cardiff Cross Challenge joint with the John H. Collins Gwent League. Plenty of others out there. Good contingent from Tonbridge down, and only made the trip up, or trip over, shall I say, to Cardiff, and it was worth it. Jack Higgins taking that short course victory. Very much worth it indeed. Matt Clark is a guy to look out for. Blackburn Harrier, developing nicely. Mentioned the likes of Dunham. So I'm interested to see. It's the first big race for a lot of athletes is this one, and just see how they hold up over that sort of distance in and around 5k as well. We know at Liverpool they're going to race even less, just a touch over 4 kilometers at Liverpool. It is going to be a real flat out sprint virtually, and I think that's why, talking of Rabjohns and his strength over the 800 and how fast he is, he can still hold it and live with these guys over sort of 4.5k. If it was 8k, 9k, 10k, maybe a different story. Time will tell how he develops over the mud, where he puts his priorities. So a few nearest the camera are ready to go. They're about to start their watches. I worry for those on the far side, on the right hand side, seem awfully relaxed and really not phased. Down they go. So a few of them getting caught out on that start. Off they go. Under 17 men, under 20 men. Get away here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, the penultimate race here in Cardiff. And of course, what that is Continental Gold Label Tour. So we look who's going to feature. I think Luke Dunham, I saw him to the right of picture, getting right up there on that first turn. Ian Thomas as well is another athlete. And you could see Rabjohns. Mark Ruby is a guy worth just keeping an eye on as well. Growing up with Rabjohns, and Ed Bird as well. I tell you, the Paul AC have a really, all of them, all in different places now. Ed Bird studying over in America, but between the three of them, get them on a Mansfield team at some point, they really could produce something quite special. So 2 medium laps for these men, 5.5 kilometers. They effectively just won't go out into that far field. So Swindon Best up at the front. Looks like it's Luke Dunham as well, just leading the way, just spearheading this field. A few others just keeping control. Don't want to show their cards yet. Big, it's a deep field, isn't it? Gated Harrier, and that's what we like to see. Look at those youngsters just running alongside these men. Inspired, I'm sure. Would have had him around this course about a couple of hours ago. So the previous winner, Rabjohns, just starting to feature. It looks a little cagey, looks a little modest for these men at the start. You compare that to previous races we've seen, things really stringing out in the last, in that sort of opening lap or so, but quite the contrary as they take that tight turn. Good to see Dunham right up at the front. He's confident, isn't he, is Luke Dunham at this stage. I know he had a really strong summer, did Luke Dunham. 8 minutes over 3K, not to be sniffed at. Oh, and he goes down. Curse to the commentator. Dunham goes down. He gets back up real quick, though, just to slip on that turn. You can see a few. It's like an ice rink out there. Look at them, a few of them just getting swiped over to the far right-hand side. It is carnage. And it just catches you time and time again. People come down that turn at some speed off of that downhill and they just skid their way over to the far right. You really do need to hug the far right-hand side if you want to stay on your feet, that is. It's sure it'll be easier the next time around for these men. They'll know their line that they'll want to take, and that's part of walking the course, is really understanding. But they might have walked the course 2 hours ago, and it's changed a lot since then. We've had the senior women trash round there. Ben Allen, Canakin, Stafford, look at him confidently leading the way. This is fantastic to see him up at the front. His moment just to drive things along. I mentioned it looks a little cagey. Dunham in there. Quinmir Ljunggren just starting to show himself on the inside in the tall purple and yellow of Radley AC. Well, Ben Allen never met a youngster, just an under 17, who just enjoys his running so much. And Hayden Carter, by the way, at Cannock and Stafford, has just done a phenomenal job with that group. I believe now called under the umbrella of not just Cannock and Stafford, but Team Saw, a few of the local clubs coming together. And he really has built a massive community there in the Midlands for so many youngsters. And Ben Allen is just a product of that, as he just spearheads his field, and this is a moment that he will really be enjoying, and I hope he can stay up there for as long as possible as well. He does have the pedigree and he enjoys the cross country. So all of them safely over that log jump. We saw so many men go down on that sharp turn, a lot of them being able to stay on their feet through this log jump section, probably easier than that turn. So they'll take that right, so they'll avoid this big field. That's the slight difference. So they'll continue with lots of twists and turns, and just looking to see if I can actually spot Will Rabjohns in there. Yes, there he is, a little bit further back. He's in the sort of grey strip. He's not wearing his Paul AC colours, that's for sure. So Will Rabjohns, and in the all black, if you like it, is another Paul AC athlete who is featuring up and amongst this lead group. Charlie Collins, I believe that might be, and like I said, the list is endless when it comes to Paul AC. Ed Bird, obviously Rabjohns, Mark Ruby, he's actually still based down there, associated with Exeter University, but Collins did have a strong summer, 8:45 over 3,000. Importantly, he's been 10th at the cross challenge for 11th at the national cross country, so featuring well. This is perhaps one of just the first year under 20 as well, a moment for him to really feature, and can he sneak onto that Liverpool team in a couple of weeks time. So heavily bunched up in this men's under 17 and under 20 race. Now here is Rabjohns, finally just shows his face at the top of the field. He was sitting comfortably in the pack, and either he's thinking this is a little slow, I want to push it on, which is surprising for an 800 meter man like him. I know he's got a great 1500 time under his belt as well, 3:41, but for a man like him, you would have thought he'd just be happy to bide his time and he wouldn't feel the need to push things on. But quite a contrast as he hits the front. And the rest of them will look around and just slot in behind and follow him. And I believe that might well be Tom Cox, the man in the yellow, Stratford upon Avon. Don't quote me on that one. So These men heading back towards the tree line to complete lap 1. So Rab John's up there, Quinn Ingram, Luke Dunham. They're your big hitters. There's a few missing, you could argue, from this under-17, under-20 men's race. And he is catch-22 for a lot of them. And we saw the likes of Dexter Thompson absolutely hammer around Mansfield last week with a great lap for him. So interestingly, a few of them were deciding to run Mansfield versus Cardiff and weighing up the pros and cons of both. And maybe Mansfield, you could argue, is more relevant given the fact it is 3 kilometres for these under-20s, and Liverpool just over 4k, whereas this another mile beyond what they'll run at Liverpool. So Jack Marwood is the Salford Harrier man in the red. You could see him 3.93, another athlete to just make a note of, coached by Ian Grime, like so many up there. Pretty much the home club, 3.49. Lifetime best over 1,500. Has represented 10th at the English schools, has represented on multiple occasions England as well and abroad. Got some good experience in Belgium earlier on this year. 7th on that occasion, 3rd at the National Cross Country Championship. So he's another one where you've got a lot of these under-17s, a lot of these under-17s, under-20s transitioning into the junior ranks, and they're just starting to show their face. And you often find with Liverpool and the under-20 age group, it's those who are actually still in school who seem to feature a little bit more in the under-20 category. I think those who have transitioned to uni are starting to just prioritise and focus on different events. Maybe they are off the back of a European Junior Championships, so over 800, over 1,500, and they're not quite as versatile. They haven't raced as much cross-country as those who are still in their school years and first-year under-20s, for example, who are just on the cross all winter long and still very much in touch with it. That being said, Rab Johns and Quinn Ingram are up at the front, and they are very much at the upper end of the under-20 age group. But it is good to see those new juniors featuring at the front of this race. The likes of Marwood. So they sweep around this start-finish area. 9 minutes. They're going to be, well, we hope around about 17 minutes, you would predict. You can see them stretching out. Still one massive group. And it's still Rab Johns leading. Everyone very, very happy to sit in behind him. He won't mind that. I did say there's next to no wind here at the moment. There are really very few negatives to leading a cross-country race. You get to pick your line. You get to decide, how wide you're going to take a turn, how tight you're going to take a turn. So there are very, very few negatives to Rab Johns leading this one. Bar the fact he doesn't quite know what's going on behind him. You've got a talent like Quinn Ingram on his shoulder who has proven himself time and time again over the country. Those two have had many a dust-ups. It's Loughborough versus Birmingham. So your top three now, are they just starting to break away? Up at the front of this one. So Emil Ingram and Rab Johns, they know each other very, very well, and they're just starting to feed off one another. Is this going to be our 1-2? Just trying to get an idea on that athlete in third there. As the rest of them, Chelsea Barnet, Highgate Harriers, Paul ACS, Charlie Collins, mentioned him earlier on, just taking that turn. Ben Allen just settling back a little bit further into it. He had his moment up at the front, and hey, just an under-17. He's got another 4 years of Cardiff Cross Countries ahead of him as a junior. One of the advantages. So these men really struggling around that turn, just like they did on lap 1. Oh, look at that, Harwood struggling. Getting all caught up in the tape there. Some of them just deciding to really take that inside line as much as possible and almost just sacrifice skidding over to the right. I would worry about that severe drop in pace when you do that. You're probably better off just hugging that right hand side. There is no good line actually. Look at this. There is no good line, is there? They all breathe a sigh of relief as they get their footing back under them as they get up that hill. So Dylan Millard of Taunton AC. He's the man in third, bounding along, looking very, very smooth, isn't he, at the moment, Millard? And he is hanging in there. Can he just cope with these men, what they're doing, what they're putting out in front of him? The steeplechaser, English Schools champion, 550. Usually around about 550 will get you an English Schools title. Anything under that will certainly seal the deal. Coached by Dave Lee is Millard. Taunton have always produced some great steeplechasers over the years. Think back to likes of Blair Brown and people like that. So they've got a good history of chasers down there. He did represent the European Under-20s, GB at the European Under-20 Championships in the summer as well. But this is a big step up for him on the country, 17th at the English Schools. So Dylan Millard in third. Rab Johns, Quinn Meal-Ingram. Marwood is in there, the Salford Harrier. Mentioned just a fresh under-20 for him. So Rab Johns now makes a move. This is interesting, just a few tight turns. A downhill and a few tight turns, it's all it takes. For an 800 guy, that's probably what you want to do. Use your moment. Pick your line and just pull away. Just up your cadence. I think that's what Rab Johns has over a lot of the other lads in this field, is the fact that he can just turn over for 10, 20 yards and he can get a gap of 10, 20 yards. He literally just completely breezes away from Quinn Meal-Ingram, and now he'll be comfortable out front. Does a lot of strength work, you know, through that Loughborough system. Does a lot of strength work. Or Rab Johns, like they all do, but he's just so strong, and it is mesmerising to think he's, you know, 145 on the track. Disqualification at the European Championships, off the podium, off the gold top spot. He would have put that behind him now, and his focus will be on the European Cross Country Championships. He'll have to qualify at Liverpool, but this is looking good for him. He'll be excited the way he's easing away from Meal-Ingram. But also these men won't just be doing battle at the Europeans. They'll be looking ahead to the Bucks Cross Country Championships. Yet to be decided a location on that one. Dylan Millard of Taunton then still in third. A few others in there. I believe it's Alex Smart of Cardiff as well, just working his way through the field. There's Smart. And just seeing how Luke Dunham held up. He was obviously featuring high up early on, and he did take that tumble and he was still up there, but he seems to have really faded back. Either that or might have pulled out of this one. So a surprise to see Dunham as far down as he probably is at the moment. If not, perhaps unsurprising, he's pulled out after falling. You never quite know, maybe he trampled on a little bit as he went down. So Rab Johns, Meal-Ingram and Millard, you're 1, 2, 3, and it's been impressive from Rab Johns. It really has. He's comfortable up at the front. I'm surprised there wasn't more of a challenge. We didn't see it. It happened off camera, but we checked in with them, and then a couple hundred meters later, Rab Johns had 10, 20 yards. And so whether it was an injection of pace or Meal-Ingram just couldn't live with it anymore and just thought, I need to measure my effort. In order to shore up second place, I need to just focus on what I'm doing and measure my effort out here on the course. So he's heading home, Will Rab Johns. And he is racking up a perfect CV. I mean, he loves this course, make no mistake. He won here last year. Good turn from him there. Smile on his face as well. Drop of the shoulder. Takes it well. Now this is just practice for him. He's going through the motions. He's visualizing what might happen in 2 weeks' time. The sort of quick, sharp moves that he might have to make. Darting around the course. But last year it was him and Jonas going toe for toe, wasn't it? They've had some great battles, both based up in Loughborough now. Jonas in that short course, missing out on the GBT. Perhaps might have another go at the under-23s in Liverpool. We're yet to find out, but here's Rab Johns. Just made it look easy out there. Meal-Ingram then, Birmingham University student. Older brother also studying at Loughborough alongside Rab Johns. Meal-Ingram Quinn deciding to go to Birmingham instead. So Rab Johns takes the title much, much easier than he did a year ago. He is well clear of Quinn Meal-Ingram. It's Will Rab Johns, ladies and gentlemen, from Paul AC, the Loughborough student, jogging it in, really. He really is looking around, having some fun out there. And I had a few questions when he went to the front. I thought he might bide his time, wait a little longer. But clearly, this guy is fit and he was well within himself for that opening lap. Will Rabjohns, he's going to be one to watch come Portugal, come Liverpool, and he's going to take another title here in Cardiff. Quinmill Ingram bringing it home as well. So that's 2 second places for Radley AC today. And there we are, third and fourth coming along. Miller just fading back to fourth. Smart coming across for Cardiff as well. There's Marwood, Selford. And the rest of them just pouring across. Cardiff doing a good job on the Gwent League. I'm sure they've got that title wrapped up. A few C&C men. I've seen Mark Vile out there on the course. They're doing him proud, packing well. And that's the future. We know they've got a great senior team. And they've got a whole host of men coming through as well. So as these men finish, we are 8 minutes away from the senior men World Athletics Gold Label Tour, the start of the Cross Challenge Series, and we welcome the very best from overseas and here on home soil, on the home nations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the day, the one perhaps many of you might have been waiting for. We've had some terrific performances. The senior women, we welcomed the youngster, the 17-year-old Cynthia Chepkarui, who destroyed that field. Megan Keith settling for 4th to open up her cross-country campaign. We've had the 2 short course races, the European Mixed Relay Trial. Holly Dixon, the victor, and Jack Higgins. Those 2 will be on the plane to Portugal. Who will be with them? Time will tell once that selection window closes. For now, though, the men's senior race. Zach Mohammed, one to look out for. He loves this course. He's done it time and time again. Best place finish, 4th in recent years, that is, while it's been a world cross-country tour. And some of the men to look out for. We have some huge talent. There we are, Matthew Kipsang. Well, this man was 11th at the World Championships over 5,000 meters. 12:58 performer. He ran that in Orgem, Belgium. That's his lifetime best. And Kimosop, strong performance. Just outside the top 10 at the Kenyan National Cross Country Championships. Kimosop. He does look in good shape coming into this one. He's got a good pedigree as well. So inside 28-minute run-up, Jesse Falkenrud, also another man to watch. You could see him, cameras on, 3:37, 1,500-meter runner, 13th at the Cardiff Cross Country Championships just last year. He's been here time and time again. We had a strong Dutch contingent, didn't we? And Zach Mohammed then. What can we expect after that terrific half marathon? He's run 61:44 pretty much on 2 occasions this year, one in February, one in October. How's he recovered? And the Welsh opening, Dav Jones. Enter the Flying Welshman, second in the Bucks 10,000 meter championships. Swansea Harrier, based here in Cardiff. Your men's senior race. Well, away they go to Kimutai, Kimosop and Kipsang, all choosing to start their watches. Hey, they're right on the inside. They're going to need to get out hard, or they're going to be trapped. They're going to be swamped by the right of picture as they take this long, sweeping turn. And Stephen Kimutai, by the way, a name we didn't mention on the start line, 5th at the Cardiff Half Marathon, 4 weeks ago now, 61:32 on that equation. So if you're Zach Mohammed, you're looking at that and you're going, that's encouraging. You know, I'm only 10 seconds behind this guy over a half marathon. I must say, though, it was quite treacherous conditions in Cardiff on that day, but still, it didn't stop the winners running 59 minutes. So they'll hammer down that first straight away in this senior men's race, and it is always electric. The international field makes sure that Dav Jones finding himself in 4th, thinking, blimey, I'm behind men who have been to the World Championships who are sub 13-minute runners over 800. But that's the beauty of cross country. It's a leveler. Rip up the track PBs, rip up the road PBs. What can you do over 6 miles over the mud, hilly course, twisty turns, and flat fast running? There we are, Richard Slade in the green there, the dark green of Chiltern Harriers. Angus McMillan just behind him, Dav Jones. Jacob Khan won't be wearing a traditional orange strip of Western Tempo. He is wearing a Nike strip provided to him from SportsShoes. And what a leg he ran at Mansfield just last week. So Kimutai, Kipsang, Kimosop, Zach Mohammed in there as well. Dav Jones seems to be enjoying himself, just looking, checking the shoulder. Again, had a strong run here at the Bucks Cross Country Championships in Cardiff. His university hosting that one. And he has represented GB before, Dav Jones, as an under 23, 44th. In 2023. So that'll be a theme of the afternoon. Men snaking their way round this 6-mile circuit. Each lap is exactly 2 miles. There's not an inch of this course they will not cover. So Kimutai, Zach Mohammed, Kimosop, Dav Jones, Jesse Falkenrud is in there as well. George Wheeler, a name to look out for. Well, there's the first turn. How are we holding up on the mud? Few of them just skating their way round. No one's gone down yet. Success so far. I think a few of them are just accepting you've got to use the man next to you really to stay on your feet, haven't you? That's the nature of cross country. They're all in it together. They'll be looking out for one another, at least at this point in the race. A little later on, I don't think they'll care if someone goes down next to them. They'll capitalise on it. So George Wheeler, I mentioned him and his brother Charlie have linked up now with Emmett Dunleavy, Irish coach, doing a fine job with Daryl McElhenney. And of course, well, it's working for Charlie at the moment. 61 mid in Valencia. Let's see what George can do out here. He's enjoyed it before. Best place finish, 7th, a couple years ago. So Kimutai, I'm surprised we haven't seen the likes of Kipsang really feature yet. He's sort of taking a little bit of a back seat, doesn't really want to be anywhere near the front. It's Zach Mohammed and Kimutai who are just looking across to each other, checking each other's shoulders. And Mohammed does do a lot of training abroad, a lot of training in Ethiopia. It's almost spends half the year out there really working towards these peak events like the Valencia Half Marathon. But he's a fantastic cross-country runner, is Zach Mohammed. Great career. Just missed out on the medals a couple of years ago. That terrific year at Parliament Hill at the National Cross Country Championships. We had Mohammed, Emil Caress and Alex Yee go toe for toe. Look at their career now. So Jacob Khan just on the outside. He's in that pale blue strip, or pale green, whichever one you want to call it, provided to him by Sports Shoes, as mentioned. So he's representing them today, as well as Western Tempo. And out they go then on this long open field, round the perimeter of this field. This is where these men can really get the running going, and this is what's difficult about this course at Cardiff. You go through this twisty, softer running section, you just can't get a rhythm, and then you get onto this field where people really start to open up, and especially on this first lap, people are still relatively fresh. They start hammering around this field, and this is where positions really change later on in the race, and we start to see people either fade or people really grow in confidence and build throughout. So Joe Hudson is another man to look out for. Low 28-minute man, back from America, is having a lovely autumn. He is probably very, very pleased with his autumn, and he's starting to put his name in the hat of that Liverpool team. Although, of course, there are some names which are not here today who will no doubt feature at Liverpool. We won't mention them, we'll focus on the here and now. So Kimutai, Kimosop, now all three Kenyans are taking closer order. Zach Mohammed is the man in fourth. You can see Daph Jones, Jacob Khan, George Wheeler, Richard Slade, Fuckenrood, Hudson is in there. Charlie Brisley, Angus McMillan, Oscar Bell, all of these men are showing promise early on in the winter campaign for 2025. So it might be a slight headwind. You could see things just bunching up a little bit at this section. And if these men, if Chip Karui's performance is anything to go by, these men might wait a lap and a half, possibly even 2 laps, and then just throw the gauntlet down and ask a few questions. It's what Chip Karui did. And she really broke things open. So we have what you could call a lead pack at this stage of 20, and then you can just see the golf in class, can't you? And this is pretty much the difference between those who are in this elite field, who have entered the UK Cross Challenge Series, and those who are perhaps just more Gwent League participants. And you can see them a little further back. There's Flo Grierson of Highgate actually stuck in no man's land. He won't enjoy that. And hope someone can join him, either he catch up to that group in front or those behind latch onto him, because he's on his own at the moment quite early on in this one. Well, some of the best of the club runners. I see that long flowing locks of John Miller. Jeremy Dempsey. Jeremy Dempsey? Surely not. Wouldn't surprise me if he's doubling back. So Kimutai has spent a long time on the roads this year, like so many. But I tell you what, Kimosop probably the one who actually has the best cross-country pedigree. He really has been racing the Kenyan Championships. He was 16th there. Awfully close though. He wasn't in seconds in time-wise. He wasn't much outside that top 10. So, and that was just a month or so ago. Victor Kimosop, so he's perhaps the one most familiar with racing over the mud. Zach Mohammed as well, it comes naturally to him. I mean, it always has done. You know, we've just seen this guy develop year after year, and through those junior ranks, oh boy, he was a joy to watch, just like his brother Mohammed as well. So you see Flo Grierson in the Highgate mention. Oh, he really is on his own. It's going to be a long couple of laps for him. So, well, the race is indicating that it is fairly modest at this stage. Nothing is really breaking up. It's a surprise to see so many of them together, even after what is just under 2 miles of running. When they come around here, each lap is pretty much bang on 2 miles, and they are starting to carve a little bit of a mud trail on the inside line all the way around this course, and these men will just be seeking that. If you're familiar with road racing, that blue line in major marathons, we've just got a brown mucky line here in Cardiff, which is taking all the tangents. Well, there's that U-turn, which I think will catch a lot of people out. Once that fatigue sets in, those turns just get so much harder. That constant deceleration, acceleration, you have to be adaptable in cross country. And that's something I mentioned comes quite naturally to a lot of these men in this lead pack. That's why they're there. But you know, one of the reasons the Kenyans do train very, very hard, of course, and they do a lot of mileage, etc. But the kind of terrain they run on is a lot like that. They're used to extremely twisty cross-country races. They're used to extremely hilly, even easy run routes is just extremely hilly. They're up, down. They're constantly having to change their stride, be adaptable, and it's why, you know, I think pound for pound they are just so much better over the country than most people. You look at their track times, and they would put people who might be 10 seconds quicker than them over the track, over a 5,000, completely away on the cross. So that lead pack, it's still Daft Jones in there, fucking rude. You've got George Wheeler, you've got Richard Slade, you've got Jacob Kahn, Oscar Bell, Angus McMillan. Look, you've got all the names still in there, Charlie Brisley. All those guys who are featuring here at Cardiff, and I think the longer they are with the likes of Zach Mohammed and Kimutai, Kimosop, they're going to get very, very excited. It's going to be a case of who can just stay with those East Africans the longest, because you know they're going to do the work, you know they're going to break things up at some point, you know they're going to put their foot down. So you just have to stay with them on their heels and stay calm and not get too nervous, because it is a large group, and I think a few men might like that group to whittle down. I think the race, the distance, the course will do that for you, and if that doesn't do it for you, Kimosop, Kimutai, and of course Kipsang will certainly do that for you, because there's no way these guys are going to leave it to a 200-meter sprint finish. Well, it's the very best of the Gwent League and the very best of British cross-country running from a participation point of view. All of these men out here grinding over 6 miles, and those of you who are watching from overseas, this is a regular. This happens every single month up and down the UK, wherever you're from. You come together on a Saturday and you battle it out over 6 miles against all of your club mates, teammates, and whoever else. And we have such a rich history of cross country that we're awfully proud of in the UK. So look at the high stepping Jacob Kahn, just drifting his way onto the shoulder of Zach Mohammed. And many were there last week at Mansfield. He did look very, very smooth. He's a man in form. Both him and Richard Slade were out in Belgium just a couple weeks ago representing there. Kahn was 4th, Slade was just inside the top 10. And James Kingston was actually ahead of both of the pairs. Slade, the national cross-country champion in 2025, wearing the green of Chiltern Harriers. Over 12 kilometers on that occasion, so a little shorter here. Jacob Kahn, 13:33 performer, over 5,000. To give you a little bit of context, 3:38 man over 1,500 and agonizingly close last year. Look at that turn. Look at what this could be a deciding factor on that last lap. You get dropped there, it could be game over. But Kahn, agonizingly close last year, as I was saying, 8th at the Liverpool European trial. And often you see it, you see those guys or girls, they just miss out, don't they? And you know that next year they come back with a vengeance. They make sure they don't just miss out ever again. And you kind of get that impression from Kahn this season so far. But hey, anything can happen. We're speculating at this point. I think they're speculating amongst themselves at the moment. Kipsang, Kimudai, Kimostop, Mohammed, Slade Khan, they're starting to look around. They know things are starting to break up. The speed is just a steady, relentless effort at the moment. Shoulder to shoulder, it's going to be about that line. Just start to gather information as the laps go by. That's what they'll be doing. They'll be now, at this stage, we're not quite halfway through, but you're starting to look, right, where is the person next to me weak? Are they enjoying the hills? Are they not? Are they enjoying the log jump, the mud, whatever it is? You start to figure out where they're weak and you're strong, and you start to scheme and plot, and that's what they're doing. But boy, do they make it look easy, don't they? The rest of them, all 400-500 of them, are still sweeping around this start-finish area. There's Mark Ruby. Paul AC getting some good coverage today. Alex Edica coming through. Another Salford Harrier. It's Lewis Mills, Tonbridge AC. He's had a good resurgence this year. Like I said, Tonbridge really flying from just a club point of view. Mark Cookway just doing a stellar job year after year. So a little bit further back, where Dav Jones still there. Buckenrood, the Dutchman. We had Lauros and Nielsen last year, didn't we? Spoiled. Hudson, Brisley, Wheeler, Bell, McMillan, all taking that log jump together. So look out, trying to identify that Leeds vest there. I believe we do have the Irishman as well, Keelan Curlehill, 2024 Irish cross country champion. In here somewhere. I haven't just trying to put a vest to him, but he too is a very, very strong cross-country man on his day. Does like that real sloppy, energy sapping conditions. We haven't quite got that at Cardiff, but it is, did mention, it is deceiving. It is relatively soft underfoot. So then 3 Kenyans, and then you've got 3 Brits: Zach Mohammed, Jacob Khan and Richard Slade, as they continue to cut round this one-of-a-kind cross-country course. I'm sure many will argue it's one of the best in the UK for what it offers in terms of just the ability to view almost the whole race from one point. The crowd, the atmosphere, the organisation, they nail it every time. Welsh Athletics, British Athletics, and of course Sports Shoes, who have sponsored this event and allowed it to grow over the last 3 or 4 years. And everyone here participating throughout the day will have a welcome Sports Shoes discount code as well that they can use. So this group of 5, on the tight shot there, it looked like they were away and clear, but they're very much not. You've still got Dav Jones, Hudson, Buckenrood and Brisley in that group of 4 in behind. And I sense things now just starting to increase. People are just starting to make a few moves. I think this is where, but you have still got to be patient. They're only just halfway, these men. I mean, last year, it's a lot softer underfoot. Last year, winning time, 27 minutes. I mean, frightening. Daniel Quebec whipped round there, 2 times champion. But not here this year, Quebec. No one has ever won the Cardiff Cross Country more than twice. So Jacob Khan starting to grow in confidence, and I would sort of expect to see this from Khan. I mean, as I mentioned, the longer someone like him and Slade are in this league group, they really are going to grow. You know, the sort of the positive reinforcement they're going to get back from staying with these guys. You know their pedigree. I mean, Kipsang is a 12:58 performer. He's a phenomenal cross-country runner, 11th over the 5,000 at the World Championships, and you know he's not pulling away from you. And what's more, I'm sure he is testing them, but how hard are they working at this stage? And if they're not working all that hard, if they're kind of just below that red line, they really are going to be confident. And those two will also have an eye on Zach Mohammed in that battle. So they know each other well. Slade and Khan, they've been racing with each other sort of week after week for the last sort of 18 months or so. Khan, phenomenal 1500 pedigree, sub 340 performer, and transitions that well to the country. There's the best of the Brits behind them as well, chasing. And well, this is some of the best in the Gwent League in the Southwest, all cutting round the course. Still a few sweeping past on lap 1, so there's going to be a lot of lapping taking place out there, and these men are about to come in the back of all of those who are just completing lap 1. So as they hit what will be the bell lap, so 2 laps almost complete. So is this a slight move? Is there any gaps appearing at this stage? It's hard to tell, right? Kipsang, Kimosop, Kimutai just taking that turn hard. Jacob Khan and Slade still together. Zach Mohammed, who looked confident early on. How has he fared after that half marathon? It was no doubt an undeniably very, very good performance. But what does a 61:30 half tell you about what you can do over a 6-mile cross country? That's the question Mohammed will find out today. That horrible U-turn comes at them again for the penultimate time. So Mohammed just surging up. This is what's consistently happening in this lead group. People are just constantly moving. The line you get at the turn can make a big, big difference. And that's what you need to avoid, that break in the rhythm. You just need to be able to hold it smoothly in and out. This section of the course becomes a lot easier. They have a slight downhill, they have a few sweeping turns, and I think this is the moment we're going to see these Kenyans start to put their foot down and ask the questions. Who's willing to go with it now? Are you going to hold? Are you going to wait and respond? Or perhaps a different section of the course? I think you have to go with it. I mentioned in some of the earlier races, especially for the Brits, when you've got the Liverpool cross country, we know how relentless and hard that cross country can be. When you have that race, there is no chance to hold back in Liverpool. You have to cover every move. So still 6 men just breezing around this course. And do you know what's special to see? All the crowd, the youngsters who raced at 11, 12 o'clock this morning, and they are still here. They are present and they are watching the elite, the best of the best. So here we go, keep an eye on some of those chase packs. Just starting to see a few others who are out there. Tell you what, Jeremy Dempsey, just to bring him up, just because he did that short course earlier on, and yeah, he's putting in a bit of a stint. Looks like he's in about, I would say about 15th at the moment, and actually starting to work through. So as we focus on the sharp end, so 4 are starting to break away. Slade and Khan now just struggling to hang with this. They'll continue to stay positive. One thing we do know, the way that the East Africans operate is they go with it for as long as possible, and when they blow up, they blow up. So you never know what positions might be there later on in the race. Zach Mohammed looking very good. Did we expect anything less? Perhaps we did. Just seeing how he recovered after that half marathon was always going to be interesting. So Kimosop, Kimutai and Kiprop, Mohammed and Slade and Khan, those are your top 6 at the moment. They have been all race. A few more moves are being thrown in now. A few more turns are being attacked a little bit more aggressively. And you have to say, all 4 of them men in that lead group currently still look very, very strong, don't they? They look unfazed. Now, this is going to be tricky, and I always say this is the difficult part when you are a part of a bigger race like the Gwent League. These athletes are really going to have to lap those around them, and they're going to have to be careful. Can they use them to their advantage? And Kipsang looks to do just that. Kimosop is the smaller figure. To give you a bit of context, Kimosop, the smaller figure. Kimutai, the man who ran the Cardiff Half Marathon, 61:30. He's in the slight greeny vest in 3rd. And Kipsang, the man who's run 12:58, perhaps is the best CV. They are really hugging that tight line. He is in front at the moment, pushing on. So Slade and Mohammed hanging on to those top 3 with everything they've got. They know that will pull them away from Jacob Khan, who is running very well. Both him and Slade have, this is capping off a sort of 3-week race period for them. Look at this, and this is the images we've become accustomed to here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. The elite men on their final lap. They're now into the business end of this race. They're surging, they're attacking, and they're having to do all of that whilst weaving through those within the Gwent League. And this is British cross country for you, those who are watching from afar. And Mohammed still just bounding along. Quick glance at the watch, not sure why, that'll give him no reference at all, but continuing to just hang on to these men. And I tell you what, if he could break onto the podium, Mohammed, that would be huge. I mentioned before, a few years back, 4th here. It was an incredible run, and again took it to a few of the East Africans. And this is him throwing the gauntlet down, saying, I am going into Liverpool perhaps as one of the favourites. There'll be many watching this, I'm sure, to get an idea of who they're going to be up against in 2 weeks' time. So I mentioned Kimosop, the smaller figure here. He now hits the front. He's the one who actually has a few cross-country races in his legs. He's been competing against the best Kenya has to offer for a couple months. Mentioned in that senior women's race, the Kenyans, they tend to open up their cross-country campaign even earlier than us in Britain, sort of August time. They're going at it. It just depends. If they're not interested in the track, there's races in July and August for them to do. And Kimosop's been one of those. He's been looking good, and I think they have something to run for, these guys. They know that selection awaits for the World Cross Country Championships, and whatever they do on the International Gold Label Tour could just put them in the picture to sneak onto that World Cross team, which has always been probably the hardest team to make in what you could argue global athletics. So it's Kimutai, Kimosop and Kipsang there, your 1, 2, 3. We're eyes on. We're wondering where Zach Mohammed is, how he fares with these guys. He held on for longer. He got through that twisty, hilly section. He did all he could. Now they start to just apply the pressure. Kipsang, sub 13 minutes for 5,000. Quick glance at his watch. Stride for stride there. Meter between all three. Sun just shining down on them. The way they move over this ground, it is deceiving. They make it look like they're on a track over on that far side, but believe me, it is relatively soft over there, and you do have to work through your footing. So look at these lap runners as they just weave their way through. Kipsang, Kimosop and Kimutai. Kimosop back in front in the cross country. I'll call him a specialist, but they're both extremely talented. Not that Kipsang isn't. Kimosop just recently has a few more races in his legs, and they've got a few more turns, and Zach Mohammed sticking his task. This is a very, very impressive run from him. I mean, 2 weeks ago, Valencia half marathon. Jackie Khan looks to be holding his position as well. He's actually moved past Slade. He looks to be the man in 5th. Slade in 6th. Those two will just have to stick at their task now. It's going to be a painful last mile for them, but that's what they signed up for. So Mohammed, you can see that bright vest of Khan. You can see the dark green of Richard Slade, the national cross country champion in 2025. And then we turn our attention to these two back at the front, toe to toe, and we've seen this year after year at the Cardiff Cross Challenge, haven't we? Athletes just neck and neck together until the wire. Kibet's been the victor, who's not here, didn't come back unfortunately, but who's been the victor on the last 2 occasions, the Ugandan. He's always caused an upset. Huge talent, second only to Kip Limo a couple of years ago at the Ugandan National Cross Country Championships. Kimosop and Kipsang there. Kimutai is going to fade back, but it's going to be a podium if he can hang on there for this time in Cardiff. He was 5th in the half marathon in quite treacherous conditions. What a colourful image then. Just about 2 to 3 minutes to go in this senior men's race. You are watching the World Athletics Continental Tour Gold Label. It's the UK Cross Challenge Series as well in Cardiff. We kick off what is going to be a big, big winter. We're in Liverpool in 2 weeks, London on the 7th of February, and we're in Nottingham to crown off this series sometime in March. So Mohammed and Khan are going toe for toe for the first Brit home. Prize money on offer for 4th place, so perhaps a little more to run for them. There's also British only prize money that they'll have one eye on too, courtesy of obviously British Athletics, Welsh Athletics and Sports Shoes, who have propped this event up. So seen a few moves at the front. It's hard to tell from this camera angle who is leading. It looks like Kimosop has really started to use a few of these lap runners to weave his way through, get a gap on Kipsang, and he's done just that. When they take that right turn, they will break off. These lap runners will obviously be going round for another lap or so. Kimosov and Kipsang taking different lines. Is the 5,000 meter specialist going to take this one? He just gets a yard or so on Kimosov. Nothing to separate him, but look at their cadence now. Final turn, they're going to come down the home straight now. Kipsang is absolutely going to the arms. He's the taller of the two, and he has really pumped his knees up, and he is going. Kipsang, who represented Kenya at the World Championships over the 5,000, is looking to represent them over the cross country as well. And this is a statement, ladies and gentlemen. Kipsang is going to take the title here in Cardiff. Matthew Kipsang with a blistering final 100. Kimosov is going to get second, and look at the battle heading. You've got Kimutai, Can Mohammed pip him on the line, Jacob Khan right behind him as well. Great showing from the Brits. Hard fought battles out there. Richard Slade coming home in sixth was the man who was able to hang on to that group for 2 and a bit laps. And we're looking at Gus McMillan coming across, huge run from him. Pokemood as well. Joe Hudson, like I said, having a fantastic autumn. He's starting to hammer down that little slight downhill. Wheeler's behind him. Oscar Bell. Flint Jennings, the Bristol and West man. And then we're looking for our first Welshman will be Dav Jones. He was up there early, wasn't he? Looking comfortable as well. Tough last lap or so for him, but hung in there. Brilliant running. Cross country does that to you. In many ways, there's no tougher test. Connor of Leeds, Romeo Ingram coming across, Florrie Grierson. Pete Malloy wearing the Western Tempo colours. Scalps his ex-teammate Jeremy Dempsey. As they come across. So your senior man, here's Felix McGrath as well, running Gwent League number. I think he's probably won the Gwent League on this occasion. Good running from him. Here he comes, Bristol and West man. Ewan Spencer. Strong showing from him. Cambridge Coleridge. That big varsity match of weights on the 6th of December at Wimbledon Common. I'm sure Spencer has that in the back of his mind. Dom James of Western Tempo in behind him. Well, here's Small, brother out in the States. He's still back in Loughborough, looking to do a job this winter. And Tom Wood coming across just outside 30 minutes. The Welshman. And the rest of them are coming through, and a lot of people have eyes on this. In the way of the British University Cross Country Championships. Looking who's representing what uni. There's Mark Ruby, mentioned him, representing Exeter University. And actually good to see the Exeter Harrier. Look at that, Elliot Moran, former Birmingham University student, coming across the line. Strong running from him. So I'll let you sit back and enjoy as they continue to hammer through here at the Cardiff Cross. They're still pretty strung out, and some big gaps forming over this 6 mile circuit. But don't forget, all live results are on Open Track. We'll bring you those presentations in a short while as well, so don't go anywhere. But I'm just going to give my voice a break for 5. Well, as they continue to come down the finishing straight here in Cardiff, all 400, 500 plus of them, we will turn our attention to the prize giving, the medal ceremony here. And in third place, Richard Slade, Chiltern Harriers. Fine running from him, hung in there as long as he could, but had to look up and see the likes of Jacob Khan, second Brit home today, and in fifth place, just pull away from him. And the first Brit, it was close, he held on, he just managed to hold Khan off on that home straight, but Zach Mohammed, that risky move he made to hang on to the trio of Kenyans for as long as possible, paid off once again. So Zach Mohammed, Jacob Khan and Richard Slade, your top three in the British-only race. And I'm sure we'll hear more and see more from the trio of Kenyans who got 1, 2, 3. What was Kipsang's last 100? It was absolutely staggering. Him and Kim Osop neck and neck coming off that final turn, and Kipsang, I've never seen anything like that here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. And in third place, Kamutai as well. So on the podium after coming fifth in the Cardiff Half Marathon. So those lads will enjoy some prize money. They'll take that home with them back. And like Zach Mohammed back down to Southampton. Jacob Khan not too far away. Obviously a member of Western Tempo now, living in the Cheltenham area. And Richard Slade back to Oxford, where he is based as well. Well, we're going to throw down a presentation once again, and for the final time today, in fact, and in fourth place overall. He was the first Brit home. It was Zachariah Mohammed. A fantastic run for him, bouncing back after that Valencia half marathon. Didn't get up to much this summer, but starting to show his intentions over the country. Well, there we are. Kamutai was in third and had to look at Victor Kimosop and Matthew Kipsang run away from him. Kimosop put in a great effort out there. but he could not live with Matthew Kipsang of Kenya. What a finish he had. And he is proudly number one here at the Cardiff Cross Challenge 2025. And we hope to welcome those trio of men back in 2026 once again. And perhaps we'll welcome Dan Kibet as well, the former two-time champion. But no doubt, remember the names, ladies and gentlemen. We may well see them at the World Cross Country Championships in 2026 in Tallahassee, Florida, January the 10th. And so what a fantastic day we have had here in Cardiff. Men will continue to come across this finish line for the next 20-30 minutes or so. I have no doubt about it. They're all doing their bit for themselves, for their club as well. And they've enjoyed sharing what is a fantastic course with some of the very best in the world and in Britain too. But from myself, Matt Seddon, I thank you all for listening and look forward to seeing you next time. The World Athletics Continental Tour continues. Next week it goes to Czech. The week after that it is in Italy, Spain and France, all on the same weekend. Take your fancy which one you're going to tune into. And of course it will end at the World Cross Country Championships on January the 10th. I wish you all a superb Saturday. See you next time.
presentation now for the Cardiff Cross K-Pop 2025, and the winner of this night who wants to win the women's spoon. Red or glowing is wearing with the white chocolate and milk chocolate Rocky Road. I jump on the podium as well. Liverpool.